Good afternoon. Welcome to the Expression Network's BVAC Women's Open 2023 here in Calgary. This PSA Challenger 12K has been playing out upstairs at the Athletic Club. We are now down to the last 8, so 4 women's quarterfinals coming up for you. And first off, it's England's Alicia Mead, number 8 seed, taking on the number 3 seed from France, Stefan. That's followed by Zane, the number 4 seed from Egypt, up against New Zealand's Caitlin Watts. Diana Garcia, she's up against Viard, the top seed. And then the final, the last standing Canadian in the draw, Nicole Bunyan, number 2 seed, taking on Cheng of Hong Kong. So Alicia Mead from England there on the right of your screen, the number 8 seed, based in Birmingham in England. She's currently sat at 79 in the world, just 5 places off her highest ranking of 74, 27 years old. She's been active on tour since 2015. Came through against Alison Thompson, tough 3-love in her previous round. And she was quarter-finalist at the Monte Carlo Classic in her last event of 2022. This is her first tournament of the year. Up against Stefan, the number 3 seed, ranked just outside the top 50, highest ranking of 46. Similar age, these two, 26 years old, Stefan. Been started on tour same year, 2015. And she has just 1 title to her name, and that was in her debut year. That was back in 2015, which was in Canada, not in Calgary, but was in Montreal. She had a good 3-love win against Amber Alex of Switzerland in round 2. Lost out in the first round at the TOC to Whitlock in 4. And she was semi-finalist at that Monte Carlo Classic. Came through against Alicia Mead in the quarter-final there, and then losing out to Rana Ismail. Johnny Williams joining me for these first 3 women's matches. Afternoon, Johnny.
Afternoon, Vanessa. And that indicates that Stefan knows what to do against Alicia Mead. 3 victories, 2 of those being 3-love as well. And no lengthy battles between these two, so based on that, she's definitely going in as heavy favourite to extend that 3-love out to 4-zip, I would say, Vanessa.
Yeah, it's reasonably recent, their last meeting in Monte Carlo, just end of November of last year. And yeah, that was a 33-minute 3-love in favour of the French player. She's a good athlete, though, Alicia Mead. See what if she can do a little bit more damage to Stefan on this court, this fast court. As I said, these women have been playing upstairs up until now at the Bow Valley Athletic Club. Very, very bouncy courts up there. This glass court is also a fast court, but very fast front wall, and does take a shot. If you can find the corners, you will get the rewards. Certainly more so than the traditional courts upstairs. It's our first women's quarter-final. I'm sure they're very happy to be on this glass court after slogging it out upstairs. I think that was fine. That's lovely straight lines by Mead. Very effective on this court if you can really hit down on the ball, get that low line, quite fast-paced drive. Good start for Mead.
Yeah, that's what she has to do, Vanessa. She needs to expose the movement. You can see by her frame she's very compact, very strong, and she'll want to use that pacey court to her advantage. But with a 4-2 lead, that's what she can't afford to do. Give away cheap points like that. Quite a difference in height between these two ladies as well. And you can see that Stefan will be trying to just move the pieces around at the back and get a position where she can use that heavy hitting that she has in her armoury to just displace Meads, and that's another error after a good start, Vanessa, not what she wanted.
No, you're right. I think that is a good shot to use, though, that quick two-wall boast to twist and turn Stefan, but yeah, she has to time it well, not overplay it, and obviously get it up. Errors flowing from both rackets.
Yeah, a little bit scrappy, and obviously these girls have been playing, like you said. I mean, this court is lively, and upstairs it's even livelier. So these ladies they'll need a bit of time to adjust to this slightly different environment. We are just literally downstairs from the Bow Valley Athletic Club, which is one level up. You can actually see in the backdrop there in the camera where the viewers are looking down. The Bow Valley Athletic Club is situated on the same floor there.
Oh, she's doing well. She's keeping the pace nice and quick. She's slightly more one-dimensional, Mead, with her racket skills, but she's not giving Stefan any time on the ball.
And there was that big, wide open crack on the sidewall once again that caught Mead napping. She wasn't ready to make that adjustment.
Oh, that was lovely. Stefan was fully expecting that to be quite a low kill. Just paced perfectly.
Well, she's her own worst enemy a little bit here at the moment, Mead. Every time she just sort of gets a couple of points ahead, she is allowing Stefan a bit of a look in.
Very good. Yeah, when she's getting it right, it's very good. Just needs to cut out those errors, as you said, Johnny.
Do not repeat that, Vanessa.
No, there was definitely a few naughty
Expleet,
words in there.
Yeah, there definitely was. 3 game balls here for Mead. She's just settled better between the two, and that's the tail right there. Just error after error.
So Alicia Mead takes that first game, just 6 minutes, leads by 1 game to love. Good start for the English player, hitting with a lot of pace. Nice low line though on her drives, getting that ball running into those back corners and making life difficult for Stefan, who wants to try and control squash from the middle, but wasn't given too many positions around that area. Mead can cut out those errors. She's got a really good chance on this court. She's playing the right tactics. Perfect start for Alicia Mead in this match. She's hasn't beaten this opponent before. Has only once before taken a game off Stefan. See if she can build on that lead. Again, the error. I just feel like she doesn't need to go in short that early in the rally. Just back herself physically and just keep hitting those lines. A few more into the back first.
Well, it was one of Stefan's French compatriots, and you can see that the game plan, she was told to put a bit more power into her hitting and a bit more emphasis on making sure that ball is coming all the way through. Just a slight lift in intensity as well from Stefan. It's interesting that especially Stefan, she's struggling with just judging the bounce of the ball. I feel, some of these errors are just really, by her standards, they're quite simple, really.
Yeah, she was getting very ratty with herself at the end of that first. Mead really should have tried to capitalise on that. She's just given away cheap points in the early stages of this second. Which you can't afford to do anyway, but especially against someone who's obviously feeling a little bit out of sorts. And this, this is just lifting her.
And once again, it's Stefan's turn now to plunk another one into the tin. And it really is a battle of who is able to just stay a little bit steadier, keep the ball out of the tin. And both players, when the ball just sort of gets to that nagging length, if they just misread it a bit, they're really struggling to get the racket down and behind the ball and just defend well from those deep positions. It was really interesting watching Rodriguez play yesterday, Vanessa, and just seeing, you know, he's going to be a very, very tough customer to get past in this environment. 1,000 metres altitude. And the court, the ball is quickish off the front wall, and it really has a sort of bubbliness, I would describe it. It's just very hard to put it away.
Perfect for his game, isn't it? He looked like he was enjoying himself out there yesterday.
Yeah, and the way he just around the middle, he's adapted his swing. There's no backswing. He's just using it like a forearm jab. It's very clever.
Mead just hanging in there. That's nice. Yeah, that's nice. She's just trying to measure those drives a little bit more, drives and cross courts, Stefan. Slightly slower pace.
You can just see the drop of the ball there. It is a little bit tricky in the back corners. It can sort of dip away at that last minute. And once again, it's well executed drive, just a little bit of hold on it. And Stefan's patience is paying off here. It's almost a length game that she's been playing in game two, Vanessa. Haven't seen too many short plays, just recognising that she had to be very attritional. Good finish. It's a classic sort of 1-2. Mead has been using that quite well. Just exposing the movement of Stefan at times. She's getting caught a little bit out of position, a little bit slow to get in there. That's an awkward bounce, unfortunately.
Three game balls for Stefan. Oh, and another one. Another quick game, 8 minutes. Stefan takes it 11-7, and it's 1-1. Oh, much better from the French player. She was very annoyed with herself after losing that first, but she came on with the renewed purpose, a little bit more patience, as Johnny said, and just finding those searching lengths and cross courts and getting a lot of winners in those back corners. Still good from Mead though, just Needs to cut those errors out, find those nice lines that we saw in the first game.
Immediately Stefan forcing an error with just a good serve into the back.
What Mead did a couple of times in that first game is she was hitting those sort of low line drives into the back, but then every now and then she would really cut down on the ball, and she was catching Stefan out with her movement, just suddenly forced to move forward.
It's a well-measured drop there from Stefan. Quite high-ish on the front wall, but just guided it in nice and tight. And she's the one that's really adjusted to the conditions much better here. See there again, every length shot of hers has Mead stretching back, fishing the ball out of the back corners. And as long as that stays like that, Vanessa, it's very hard to see how Mead, given the past history between these two, she's going to need to step up a little bit more, like you said, and look for those low kills that she played in the first game.
Yeah, it's that slower pace drive. It's really unsettling Mead. She likes to play at a quick pace. She's just throwing off her rhythm. Stefan just has that ability to mix the pace a little bit more. A huge lead now. Stefan in this third game, lots of cheap giveaways.
You can just see the frustration there about that ball just tipping away. And at 9-love, Vanessa, slowly but surely, Mead just needs to be aware that she might be joining that famed club. It's called the Love Club.
That makes it sound quite nice.
Yeah, it's a nice name for an infamous club. She doesn't want to join it though, that's for sure. But she's officially a member.
Well, never looked like getting a point really in that game. It was complete shutout. Much better from Stefan. Just 22 minutes of play. 11-love, that 5-minute third game. Stefan with a 2-1 lead. Stefan with a 2-1 lead. Better start for Mead. She's got to be positive on there. Try and take that ball in the middle. She's not been winning many points out of those back corners. Wow.
Oh, that's a good antidote against the length play of Stefan. Vanessa is within the first 5-7 shots she's been going short. As long as she's that accurate and that sharp. She's catching Stefan, but that's the other side of the coin, of course. There's always that risk attached with this kind of plan, very heavy attacks to the front.
Yeah, great backhand kill there from Stefan. Body weight of Mead was moving back. Well, despite that promising start, Stefan with the slight lead in this fourth. Both players missing the line initially, but it was Mead that put it away.
Yeah, she's fought well to get back into this finesse. There were quick attacks at the start of the game, but actually it's been more through hitting good length that she's drew level at 6-all. Well, frustrating for Mead, but it's a loose ball. Stefan looking to take it early. Just hanging in. Well, much needed point, that one for Mead.
played it well, showing good resilience here.
Yeah, she's just defended better in this game, Vanessa. Didn't have that, didn't show that defence in the back corners, and just a little bit more desperation to stay in the rallies has been the difference.
Oh, it was heavy, wasn't it? The backhand drop, very heavy. Well, despite the efforts of Mead, it's 3 match balls for the French player.
It was a bit nervy, that. You can just see by the way she was taking the shot on, she wanted to go really low. She really wanted to hit the winner instead of perhaps working the ball with a little bit of pace close to the sidewall.
Well, a huge winner, rips that forehand kill. And a huge raw as well. She's under pressure in that fourth. 10-minute fourth game. Stefan takes it 11-8. She wins 3 games to 1 after 34 minutes. A good match between these two. Mead certainly playing her part. She played a good first game, capitalised on a slightly below par start by Marie Stefan, but probably played some of her best squash actually in that fourth game, Mead, but it was a little bit too late in the game at that point. Stefan able to close it out, moves into the semi-finals. So next match on court, the Egyptian number 4 seed Zane taking on New Zealand's Caitlin Watts, and that will be on in approximately 4 minutes' time.
Okay guys, time for our second match of the afternoon. Can you please give a warm welcome to the court from New Zealand, ranked number 81 in the world, Caitlin Watts. That was a decent welcome, but let's try a little bit harder. Okay, and her opponent from Egypt, the number 66 in the world, Zane. The referee for this match will be Ben.
Our second women's quarter-final coming up for you. And it is the number 4 seed from Egypt, Zane up against Caitlin Watts of New Zealand. So Watts there on the right from Palmerston North in New Zealand, just 21 years old. Currently sat at 81 in the world. 3 titles so far. Turned pro in 2017, so pretty young age she started on tour. Came through against Ali Loke in her first match in round 2, 3-love win. And made it through to the final in her last tournament. That was at the end of last year, Sutton Coldfield International. Lost out to the youngster, the very, very talented youngster from Egypt, Amina Orfi, in that final. Up against another Egyptian player today, Zane, number 4 seed, 18 years old, so still a junior player, hence the goggles, from Alexandria in Egypt. Only been on tour since 2020, and already at 66 in the world, so a promising young player. 2 titles to her name, including her most recent win, which was at the Nash Cup end of last year, win against Georgia Adderley in that final. And played in the Hong Kong Open as well at the end of last year, lost out in the first round to the Hong Kong player Kai Lee in 4. No head-to-head between these two, so first meeting. I'm looking forward to this one, Johnny. Two very young players.
Yeah, you can see already some pretty slick skills being on display here from this young Egyptian, and that's no surprise. We've witnessed this incredible dynasty the last 20 years of men's and women's squash, just continuously evolving out of Egypt. Having a peek back through last year, Zane was not even playing the World Juniors. Vanessa, imagine being 65 in the world and you're not good enough to go to the World Juniors.
Yeah, exactly. That's the strength of the young Egyptian players. But yeah, I'm just looking through her PSA results. Made it through to the final of the Berkhamsted Open as well last year, and taking out some good players. I mean, she beat Katie Malif in the first round, but that was Malif retired in the second game, and backed it up with wins against Alison Thompson. Anna Kimberley just lost out to Grace Gear in the final. So that's a really good level for an 18-year-old.
She actually sat 3 rows back from me on the flight over from Frankfurt.
Oh, really?
Well, you know me, I'm pretty resourceful, so I went straight online, and she had a head bag with a racket sticking out, and I went and had a quick peek online through all the names and put a face to the name, and then I knew who it was.
So Watts kicks off this second women's quarter-final.
Zane belongs to this latest brigade of young Egyptian ladies, so need not worry if you are wondering whether or not the top 3 who are dominating world squash, world women's squash, and then with Al Tayeb, after having a baby, coming right back up there as well. You've got this whole clan of players coming through, already making their way up the world rankings. And you name one of them, Orfi. Farouz Abu El Khair is also coming through. Abu El Makrim is coming through, although she injured herself recently. So they can dig deep into the well and know that this that dynasty is just going to keep going. Well, she's only slightly built, Vanessa, but the power coming out of that racket is, you can hear the sound on the front wall. She's, like many of the Egyptian players, just generates so much pace on the ball. And the fist goes up because she knew that that was one of those clutch rallies early on already.
Fantastic start to this match from both players. Got a little fortunate bounce there in the back left, back right, sorry.
Looks pretty composed though, Zane, doesn't she? She's doesn't seem to be too flustered, very calm outward expression. That looked good, yeah.
I thought it was a double. Let's have another little look.
I think she actually got under it, but whether or not it was a carry, Vanessa, I'm not sure. Certainly seemed to get under it, but good phase here for the New Zealander. She needed to. She was getting powered off the court a little bit, and she's found some good lines and put some good defensive patterns in play, which has sort of leveled up now. Yeah,
she's going to have to do that quite consistently. She already sees Zane's ability to hold, use variety and attack the front. Watts can keep the ball away from that middle area. Quick turnaround. Zane was looking quite in control of this not too long ago.
Another clever shot here. Look there, just hit through that, made sure that it just ran tight, and that's the most important thing for her, is getting that ball clinging on the sidewall. Like you said, that way, Vanessa, she cuts down the opportunity for Zane to actually hold the ball. She's having to do a lot of scraping off the sidewalls. That's why she has to be careful, because that drop was played very delicately into the front corner, immediately opening up the chance to close down the rally. Did it well. Oh, that was a big taxi. Or as Zane would know, a tuk-tuk.
It's been a really good little run here from Watts after being down in the first half of this game. 4 game balls for Watts.
Bit fortunate there, Vanessa. There was a lot of open court play, crossing the ball incessantly, and really got away with that. But in the context of what's going on, I feel that Watts, she's certainly got her game plan much more in order. And Zane's going to, if she doesn't manage to get out of this, she's going to have to think about that going into game 2.
Very well done. Watts taking that 9-minute first game, 11-7 and leading by 1 game to love. Well, it was Zane that had the early lead, and you can certainly see the ability the young Egyptian has if she has a bit of time on the ball. Can hold. She's got a lot of variety to her game, but Watts played really good, simple, containing squash from that midpoint onwards. getting that ball running into the back, nice and deep, nice and wide, and then taking the ball in well straight as well. And it was that middle section, 3 to 8, that really did the damage.
So the New Zealander gets things going here in game 2. Let's see if Zane has had to think about getting a bit more length going in this game. She was just a little bit one-way traffic with her game. When the tide turned against her, she was continuously peppering the ball in the front half of the court. And Watts has been around long enough to know how to deal with that, Vanessa.
Yeah, she played a very organised first game. Watts, clear game plan in place. And you do see that with these young, attacking often, particularly the Egyptian players, that if they're not able to get those positions around the middle, that they often don't have a plan B. That's something that they do need to develop to move up to that next level.
Yeah, even there, Vanessa, that drive was short, and that was a setup for Watts. Very disappointed that she missed that. She's just getting too many positions across the short line where she can execute those straight attacks, and she's doing it really cleverly with a bit of weight, a bit of sharpness, not leaving the ball too short where Zane would be able to use her speed to counter her.
Nice lift there by Watts. Again, just showing that sort of tactical know-how and ability to play defensively.
And we saw in the first match, those back corners, they're quite sticky, aren't they, Vanessa? Ball just stays in there. And it requires a bit of experience. That's a poor error again. To adjust the wrist and just lift the ball out instead of trying to hit it with a regular swing.
She's just lost a little bit of that structure and focus that she had in that first game. Some cheap giveaways.
We've seen multiple errors in the back right, Vanessa. Racket head just a little bit flat from Watts when she's also got to defend a bit better in that back right corner.
Oh, she didn't quite get the width there, Watts, but Zane not quite getting onto it. Really good little phase though from Watts, 7-4 down.
It's a wrong shot, Vanessa. We've seen that a few times. She needed to lift that out, and she's been dropping it when she's under pressure, and she's not able to recover her movement.
Yeah, it's just that lack of defensive abilities, isn't it?
There's no lack of speed, but it's just throwing up the lob. It's pretty simple, really, and these are things that she's only 18. She will learn that, no doubt. Especially watching her contemporaries who fly into the front and then lift it out beautifully. So it's in the balance here. And that hurts. That's unnecessary. It's not the game plan that has been working for her in the first game either.
Nicely adapted. Ball came at her feet. Game ball, Watts.
Just that ability to get up on those volleys. Just a bit more experience from the 21-year-old. She had to hustle and bustle to get through there. Another beautiful volley. Seen that a lot, Vanessa. Good execution. Just able to take those positions around the tee and find the winning shots. And that was important because it looked like Zane was going to level up there at the back end of that game, but Watts is out to 2 love, looking strong.
Yeah, Zane had her chances there. She had the lead at 7-4, but Watts put in a really good spell, cut out the errors, was finding those back corners, and looking really determined in those last couple of points of that game. Put down her marker here at 2 love. So 2 love lead for Caitlin Watts in this quarter-final.
Crowd being wooed there by the movement capabilities of Zane, but it's not helping her squash because she's being outplayed. Very good execution of tactics here from Watts. Again, another error back right. We've seen that over and over from the young Egyptian. Just not enough willingness to repeat the drive down the wall and try and manoeuvre her opponent behind her. Looking for more adventurous options with boasts and low kills. And another error, Vanessa. This is 5-1. It's just gone so quick as well.
Well, the ability is evident, but just 18 years old, and that's the difference. I mean, Watts is only 21, but just looks the more experienced of the two. Looked like she came on with more of a game plan.
Another loose ball dealt with, and she showed some good attributes with those straight attacks though throughout this match. Watts. Oh, I should have gone straight there.
What strings went, I think. Well, she needs to be a little bit cautious here. Watts.
Well, that's the type of shot we've not seen from the young Egyptian. I said that before, straightening out of that back right and coming up with the perfect length. And cast your mind back, Vanessa, to 6-1. Watts went for that rather risky trickle boast that didn't come off, and a straight volley drop probably would have done the job to get it to 7-1.
Yeah, there was just a slight hold on that shot. You could see Zane just move forward. Couldn't get balanced on the shot.
Second shot from back in the court. She's 7-5 down, 2-love down, and she's come up with two pretty risky shots, but that's the way Egyptian squash is played. We're used to that.
What's just starting to look a little bit edgy here. A stroke. A lot of bounce on that ball. Just that tension in the arm. Well, she's starting to scramble a bit, Watts, and Zane playing some really good squash now. Well, just in time. Back to 9-all.
And that had to be that good, didn't it, Vanessa? Otherwise, the attack drop was on, and you're looking at 10-8, so holding her nerve, the Kiwi. And there's the risk with that. I said that before, she got away with it, but you don't get, it's third time unlucky in this case. Deep on that backhand, and just overplayed her hand there, and now we got match ball for Watts.
So Watts squeezing through in that third game. Held her nerve. 10-minute third game, 33-minute match. It's Caitlin Watts that takes it 3 games to love. 11-7, 11-9, 11-9. Upsetting the seedings. That was a good match, good performance by the New Zealand player. Slightly lower seeded, slightly lower ranked, but going to see a lot of this young Egyptian, I feel. Certainly a lot of ability, but didn't quite have the strategy and the defensive abilities against a player like Watts, who was very organised with what she was doing. So Watts into the semi-final, 2 more quarterfinals to go. And it is Garcia of Mexico up against France's Enora Viard, number 1 seed, up next. Next women's match on court. Diana Garcia of Mexico up against top seed Leonora Viard of France. Garcia there on the left. 89 in the world, 30 years old. Has been on tour since 2011 from Mexico City. 4 finals, 3 titles to her name. And one of those titles was this year, where she won the Faltami Squash In Classic, beating Laura Tova in the final 3-1. She came through against Alex Hayden in her previous round 3-love. That's a good win. Just 26 minutes to dispatch Hayden. There's the French player Viard, #1 seed. Danielle Letourneau, unfortunately, withdrawing from the event, moved Viard up to the top seed. 29 years old, just inside the top 50 currently. It's been as high as 37 previously from Aix-en-Provence in France. And also on tour since 2011, so started around the same time, these two. Came through against Raya Nevani in her previous round, 3-love. Just one previous meeting between these two players, and that was a 3-love win for Viard back in 2017. It's my first time seeing Garcia, Johnny.
Likewise, Vanessa. 30 years of age, from Mexico City. But yeah, obviously she's not been completely active on the tour. You can see there that Stefan has booked her semi-final spot. And then Nicole Bunyan, obviously the local favourite for the Canadians, she'll be up next.
The winner of this match will play Watts in that semi-final in the bottom half. Coached by her compatriot Stefan.
Returning the favour, Vanessa. Viard was doing that job in the first match. So it's Garcia from Mexico who gets us going here in the third quarterfinal. Oh, gee whiz, straight up. That's a pretty generous let, isn't it?
Not the best of starts for the referee. Got a racket stuck.
So Viard just running with their luck there. Even that second let call, Vanessa, I'd have to query that. And we have it on good word from our creative media guy, Connor Sheen from PSA, that he thinks Garcia is going to take this one and knock the #1 seed out.
Oh, that's a big call. He's usually wrong, though, to be fair.
Thought I'd drop that in while he's ducked out for coffee or whatnot.
Had Zane for 3-love win as well.
You going
The last
VR?
match. I'm going Viard, but then I've never seen Garcia play before, so
No,
don't have a huge amount of information at my
it's
fingertips.
slight guesswork, isn't it? Shots like that, she'll work her way into this match nicely. She's got front row support from none other than Cesar Salazar there. He's out of the event after losing to Elshabini yesterday. And the racket skills on display already. That was a nice hold on that drive.
Well, I would certainly be targeting the VR forehand if I was playing against her. It's quite a big swing. If you feel like if you can get that ball really running away from her and tight into that corner, she's going to get into a few technical issues.
Yeah, and it was just on display there. Big movement of the racket head there, needed to be more subtle. Well, that's what you were talking about, Vanessa, that racket head. That's a wild attempt at a volley as well. She's in trouble, and Garcia is already just exposing some of those technical issues in the back corners. Nice, compact sort of swing there, using a lot of wrist. Oh, that was inch perfect. So far, I have to say though, it looks like this could be quite a tussle.
Well, that looked like a miss-hit to me.
That was definitely a miss hit. That was supposed to be a defensive line down deep in the backhand corner.
She seemed happy with it though. She's just trying to hit her way out of really difficult positions in those back corners. There's just no adapting of the swing.
Oh, I can't believe it. That's the third let, which can only be classed. That's a lucky let, Vanessa.
Oh,
I mean, what's going on there?
That's no let
I mean,
all
this
day.
referee, he's handing out lets like Hallmark gift packages. It's just too cheap, really. And adding insult to injury there, just a slightly exaggerated preparation from Viard, booking the stroke. So she's using a bit of experience and wiliness to sort of cunningly work her way through this game. And although 30 years of age, Garcia, that's what I kind of mentioned in the lead-up, we've not seen a lot of her, and that is what makes the difference here in this type of environment. Just not used to having to deal with those situations, perhaps.
Well, Viard with 4 game balls. Another stroke for the top seed. Yeah, that's a poor shot. There's no line there. So 8-minute first game. Viard takes it 11-6, and the French player leads by 1 game to love. Well, Garcia not quite getting the tactics right. I feel like she needs to be running that ball into the back a little bit more, particularly on the right-hand side, and then looking for the opportunities, just going in short a little bit too early. And we are quite happy around that mid-court area. It's in those back corners where she could be exposed.
Play will resume in 60 seconds. Play will resume in 30 seconds. Muller leads 1 game to love. Love all.
Frenchwoman leading 1 game to love and looking to press ahead here. She's got Garcia. That's a good defensive attack there. I don't know whether she really meant it though. No, it was just a little bit fortunate. There's that area. Good straight line. Penetrating through to the back wall, and we are not able to dig it out. Well, it's a lot about just not having the court time in these sort of glass court environments. I feel this is the difference here, Vanessa. She's as we said in the lead up, she's 30 years of age, but we've not seen a lot of her, and you can see that because she's just not been in this situation, I don't think, too much.
Yeah, it just seems to be a little bit of a lack of awareness as well of what she needs to do on there. But saying all that, Viard is making it difficult for her to expose her in those back corners. She's hitting with a lot of pace out of the middle, not giving Garcia much time on the ball. Using the boast really well.
Now we get into the prevented affected scenario. Interesting to have another look at that one. At first glance, I thought this was more prevented, Vanessa.
Yeah, I mean, I just think if you hit your opponent in your backswing, unless it's excessive, the swing, it should always be a stroke.
Well, and Viard didn't clear, did she? So a little bit of poetic justice coming from the Cosmos there as Garcia hit a lucky shot, which ended up getting her the lead now at 5-4.
Yeah, it's a loose ball. She's not finding the line there. She's not hitting into that space on the left. It's an opportunity missed.
And not just that, Vanessa. I'll go one step further and say that every single decision has either been a stroke or we had those lets that went a little bit fortuitously in the favour of Viard, but Garcia's had not one decision go her way the whole match. But a lot of it due to her own lack of awareness about what to do.
Oh, clean winner.
Was that intentional, Vanessa? Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Maybe she wanted a bit deeper, but she certainly managed to sort of stop the swing and use a lot of wrists to straighten the ball. Oh, there's that awkward bounce. That was an absolute doozy the way that came out. Have a look at that.
Really good push at the end of this game. 3 game balls for Garcia. to draw level. No let given. So Garcia draws level. Seven-minute second game. Garcia takes it 11-7. And we are all square at 1-1 after 17 minutes. Well, it was pretty much neck and neck all the way through this game. Much better, though, from Garcia. Getting a lot of decisions against her. She's not quite finding her targets at times, but really good determination at the end of that game. Put in 3 or 4 really good rallies from 7-all onwards.
Garcia to serve, level.
So Garcia gets it going, 1 game all. Let's see, that's a very good way for her to start, get a freebie on the board, courtesy of Viard. But we had just a bit of evidence in the back end. That's going to be another stroke. That's been a scenario we've seen so many times.
Yeah, lovely hold. You can see if you watch Viard's movement there. Completely held. Got on that really early. She read the drop. Through that little bit of interference and well straightened. This is a fantastic start for Garcia. And another freebie. Well, the wheels completely falling off in this third game. Error after error.
Hand out. 2-6-2. Hand out. 7-2.
Oh, complete
Hand out.
frame.
3-7. Hand out. 8-3.
Well, Viard's completely lost her way here.
Down.
Very, very short rallies.
Hand out. 4-8.
Oh, beautiful forehand.
Hand out. 9-4. No leg.
Why not let? Why not let?
For me, it was too good. Hand out. 5-9. Six, 9. Hand
Well,
out.
rally's not going
10-6.
above 3
Good ball.
shots at the minute. 4 game balls for Garcia.
Stroke to Garcia.
Stroke awarded. No attempt to get out of the way there.
Access to the ball.
She was going for the straight drop.
11-6.
Miscued it.
Garcia leads 2 games to draw.
Big drop off there by Viard, taken advantage by Garcia, who takes that third game in just 6 minutes and leads by 2 games to 1. Well, a disastrous start to that game. Viard hitting a lot of errors, but all credit to Garcia, who played particularly the start of that game very well.
A year ago. CBC's Cameron McLean caught up with some of them to find out how the program has grown and what they've learned along the way.
It's been good. I've just been working at the Access Center and the library. Pretty excited for the community connection.
Garcia leads 2-1. Garcia to serve, love off.
That's a great shot. Not read by Viard at all at cross court. Good start again. Viard just not building really at all. Just getting a little bit desperate. A lot of short balls going in on the service return. No real structure to what she's doing.
And out, 1-2.
Room to play there, I thought.
Yeah, but again, that we've seen that the whole match, Vanessa, the lack of awareness of Garcia, just to take a step to the left and really, you know, force her opponent to go through and play it. But she's...
Yeah, I mean, it's been clear that the way that this has been reffed so far, the message doesn't seem to have gone through. That'll be a stroke as well.
And VR is absolutely all at sea here in Calgary, although there are no lakes just in the direct vicinity as far as I know. The Rockies are 80 kilometres to the west. But Garcia's just managed, she's got some nifty skills around the front and she's managed to get those going. And these kill shots are coming thick and fast now as Garcia just needed to get a sense of what she needed to do. And now she's got enormous amounts of confidence, and it's the opposite for VR, Vanessa. She's really sinking fast and she's not going to be able to fight her way out of this at the front half of the court. She's defensively going to have to keep the ball going to the back. But these sort of shots from Garcia, these low kills, are just coming beautifully now, and she's marching away in this fourth game.
It's been a severe drop-off by Viard, considering she wasn't that far off 2-love up, 7-all at one point in that second game. Just no structure at all.
Well, the drop shot from Viard just set up. It was, well, much too loose. Garcia, you feel, would have to do a heck of a lot wrong from here to mess this up, Vanessa. She's, as we sort of said in the lead-up, she's a relatively unknown quantity at 30 years of age, but she's very close to booking a semi-final spot here in a 12K event.
I mean, she's been solid the last couple of games. That ball flies out of court, but she's hasn't really had to do a huge amount to get to this point. Viard has been awarding her point after point, cheap errors. A lot of loose balls put away nicely, I must say. 7 match balls for Garcia.
As Connor Sheen just walks in, Vanessa.
Looking very smug.
I'd like to remind you what you said. More often than not, he's wrong, but not in this case. Looks very much like he's going to be right. That was down.
It was. Number 1 seed goes down. Fantastic result for Garcia of Mexico. Just 33 minutes to dispatch Viard of France. 6-11, 11-7, 11-6, 11-3. Garcia into the semi-final. Well, it was all Viard in the first game. Garcia didn't look like she had enough of a game plan, and possibly helped along by the coaching of Cesar Salazar. And she started to get those balls running into those back corners, was forcing Viard to spray the ball out and put away nicely, and the kills really started to work. Last women's quarterfinal coming up, and it's Canada's number 2 seed Nicole Bunyan taking on Cheng Na-Ching of Hong Kong. So our last women's quarter-final coming up for you. That is the last remaining Canadian in the draw. Number 2 seed Nicole Bunyan taking on Cheng Na-Ching of Hong Kong. So Ching on the left of your screen there. Currently sat at her highest ranking of 77, just 23 years old. Been on tour since 2017. He's managed to win 2 titles in that time. 2 good wins to make it through to this quarterfinal. Took out Giacchino 3-love in the first round, and then really good win against the Australian number 5 seed Cardwell in the next round. Just 23 minutes to dispatch Cardwell. And she made it through to the final of her last PSA outing, KCC PSA Challenge Cup, losing out to the Egyptian player, sorry, the Malaysian player Aira Azman in the final. She's up against the number 2 seed Nicole Bunyan. Sat just inside the top 50, currently 29 years old. Very tall player, 5'9". I feel like she's taller than that. Turned pro in 2015. 1 PSA title to her name. Came through against the other Hong Kong player, Ching Hai-Fung, in round 2. That was a 3-1 win. She's been playing a lot of the big PSA tournaments in last season. So round 1, round 2 losses, but she's trying to make that transition to playing the bigger events. No head-to-head, no previous meetings between these two. And joining me for this last women's quarter-final, former Canadian professional, former world number 10, Graham Riding. Graham, thanks for coming in.
Thanks for having me. Nice to be on the hot seat here. This is fun. We haven't done this in a while.
We haven't. Yeah, it was last year, wasn't it?
Last year sometime. So.
We were getting all the former Canadian players in that week.
That's right. Yeah, it was all
including
Canadian.
your wife, who was really happy about it.
She's much better commentator than me, but no head-to-head here, though. I noticed that. So both players are probably going to come out here, focus on what they like to focus on, and try to feel each other out and test each other early and sort of see if they can get a little glimpse or learn a little something about what works and what doesn't.
Yeah, you get to a stage in your career where it's strange to play someone you've never played before. You often come up against the same players over and over again. I've never actually watched the Hong Kong player before. It's my first time seeing her, possibly her first time on Squash TV.
She's only 23, so here we go. Off we go.
A lot of good players coming out of Hong Kong in a minute. Good female players. They've obviously got a good group over there.
Well, they got a lot of history of good squash in Hong Kong, with the Hong Kong Open being around, one of the more established events on the tour. That always helps create culture and inspire some kids.
Absolutely. Must have played that a few times.
A couple of times. It was always a fun trip. It was always the beginning of the sort of traditional squash season, end of August, early September. Always felt like you're getting off the airplane and walking into a dishwasher. It was so humid.
Yeah. And then onto a freezing cold glass court in the Hong Kong Centre.
Extra air conditioning, but great event. They always host us really well. And amazing city. It's a fun way to start the season.
Down.
Vanessa, what would you typically do back in the day when you were playing somebody new for the first time? How would you approach it?
I'm not sure I had much of an approach back then. Certainly more analytical about the game now than I ever was when I was playing. I mean, we didn't we didn't really have things like Squash TV back then. Now they have the opportunity to possibly have a look at players.
Right. Yeah.
You'd hope you'd at least have seen them play before you get on court with someone. But yeah, as you said in the first game, maybe just put that extra ball into the back, just get a feel for things, test them out a little bit.
I remember being coached as a kid, like even in the warm-up, you know, throw a few balls up high, you know, just try to pay attention to see if you can pick up anything in the warm-up. But certainly the first couple rallies and the first half of the first game.
Yeah, you can glean a lot of information early on, really, can't you?
Sure. Hit a couple boasts in there, see how they move.
Yeah.
Decent start here for Nicole, up 4-2.
Yeah, she's a nicely organized player, Bunyan. Analyzes the game well. And she certainly won't be underestimating this slightly lower ranked player. You have to play the conditions here a little bit as well. It's quite a fast court. Obviously that little bit of altitude, just 1,000 meters, but still significant for players that aren't used to that.
It makes a big difference. The ball's really traveling through the air faster than you would if you're normally training at sea level. It makes a big difference. Not only just how fast the ball's traveling through the wall, but the oxygen that's getting into your body and that sensation. It takes a bit of an adjustment for sure.
Yeah, we've definitely seen a few players drop off maybe more severely physically than you might expect, or that they may be expected of themselves. You have to maybe just pace yourself a little bit early on in the match.
Yeah. It's almost like you can't afford to get on the end of a few rallies and do the retrieving that you would maybe be normally comfortable with. You almost have to be strategic and let a few of those points go and try to really budget where you're going to expend your energy. Oh, the RB.
6-5.
Completely wrong footing, Cheng there.
Count. 7-5.
She's definitely taller than me. I'm 5'9".
You questioning the stats here
I am.
in PSA database? She's a good athlete, Nicole.
She's a sort of part-time personal trainer as well, actually.
Okay.
She does a lot of stuff online. She's got her own program geared towards training for squash specifically. So she's got a lot of knowledge about the physical side of the game. Squashletic, it's called, for anyone interested.
Stroke to Bunyan.
Well, I'm sure she's played in Calgary a few times over the years, so this would maybe be a slight advantage for Nicole on home soil. Been in Calgary a few times. I'm sure she'd perhaps be a little bit more comfortable with this situation than Cheng.
Hand out. 6-8.
Yeah, I've got her down as semi-finalist of this event last year, which was here as well on this very court in this venue.
And that does help. If you've had success in a tournament in the past, it sort of certainly
Hand out. 9-6. Stroke to Bunyan. 10-6. Game ball.
4 game balls for the number 2 seed.
Handout.
It's been the more solid of the
7-10,
two
game ball.
so far. Even though it's a fast court, there's still winners to be had in those back corners if you can get the right pace. Got to really hit down on the ball, a lot of cut. And there's the error from Cheng. Good start for Bunyan. Just 8 minutes to take that first game, 11-7. Bunyan leading by 1 game to love.
I just feel like it was really a game of who was sort of able to control the ball on the walls a bit better than the opponent. There was a few balls in the middle from Cheng. I think Nicole took advantage of that, and that was the difference.
So Bunyan with a 1-love lead in this last women's quarter-final against the young Hong Kong player. It's a bit of an adjustment as well for the women. They've been upstairs up until now. This is their first outing on the glass court, and those courts are very bouncy.
Yeah, those would be typical panel courts. It's already lively here with the altitude and whatnot. The panel courts makes it even more lively. So this would be a nicer court to play in if you've got sort of ball control and you're looking to measure your length at all and take it into the corners. This would be a more rewarding court.
Definitely.
Still lively, don't get me wrong, but you should get rewarded for putting the ball in the corners here.
3-1.
Seems to be suiting Bunyan's game quite well.
I feel like she might have upped the pace a little bit here coming out of the beginning of the second.
I think tactically you have to keep things quite simple on here, quite straight, and she's doing that quite well.
Choice.
Lovely lift.
I like that shot selection there. Mixing the pace up, showing the drop, and then just lifting it into the back. After hitting pretty sort of hard and playing fast for the first duration of that point. Good variety.
Yeah. 5-1.
There's been a few unforced errors on the forehand side there for Cheng.
Yeah. Yeah, good lead already. No time at all. A little fake, a little racket wave.
1.
I feel like she's getting some momentum going here. The confidence seems to be building a bit.
That was a lovely shot. It's a sort of slower paced, sort of touch drop doesn't seem to work quite as well, or it's very risky on this court because
Right.
it's a fast front wall if someone just gets onto it quickly.
Yeah.
So putting it in with cut and a bit of pace just takes a bit of risk out.
Crisper hit with a little bit of urgency.
Yeah.
I remember that. I'm going to practice that next week when I'm on the court myself. It's a good tip.
Still playing a bit?
No, not at all. I was hoping you weren't going to ask me. Good length here by Nicole. Showing some patience.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Well played.
Hand out. 8-2.
Look at that.
Nice combination of heavy, deep length and then a couple little 1-2 punch and drops in the forehand and the backhand, or sorry, the backhand, the forehand. Nice aggressive squash.
Very good. Mostly straight, isn't it? But good severity.
Down.
Oh.
Hand out. 3-8.
I don't think she would have been expecting it to be this comfortable.
4-8.
Two quick mistakes. Time to reset. Hit your way back into the match here. Nice tight ball.
5-8.
Yeah, sometimes when things are almost unexpectedly going really well or too well, it can throw you off.
Yeah.
You start to question yourself.
Yeah, especially if they're quick points, right? You get into a rhythm of winning the points quickly, and then you try to force that and keep that
6-8.
quick sort of momentum or pace going. But sometimes you have to reset and just rally it out a bit and get yourself back into some fundamentals.
Or your opponent just lifts their level, which has also happened here, and you're not quite ready for it. Back to within 2 points.
Yeah, Cheng has definitely
7-8.
raised her game here after a slow start.
Right box, please.
Ball's not in the middle anymore. She's hit a tight ball. Got rid of those forehand errors.
Nice little combination there. Bunyan with
9-7.
The boast and followed up. Takes the boast well actually as well, this court. Also takes a bit of risk out if you want to go in short with the 2-wall boast. That's out.
10-7. Game ball.
3 game balls for Bunyan for a 2-love lead. Oh, that's a bit lucky.
Hand out.
It's a great rally.
Really good rally.
Good back and forth there. Got to be good to be lucky. Isn't that the expression?
Yeah, Bunyan was doing a lot of defending there. haven't heard that before actually, but it's true. The luck is usually with the player that needs it the least.
Don't disagree with that call. I think her drop sat up a bit.
9-10, game
Cheng
ball.
took advantage.
So just one game ball remaining for Bunyan. One of those little screws or big massive screws in the panel. Look at this.
That Jonathan Power court showing that it's got a little, it's got some funny spots to it. We'll have to talk to him about that next week.
I totally forgot that this is the Jonathan Power court. We haven't even mentioned that yet. It's got a really dead spot in this back left, which I was just about to mention.
Really?
And Cheng found it.
Timely.
So Cheng earns herself one game ball. And steals the game.
12-10, game to Cheng, 1 game all.
Huge effort at the end of that game from the Hong Kong player. She takes that second game in 10 minutes in the tie break, and we're all level after 19 minutes at 1-1.
Well, I wouldn't have called that at the halfway point of the game. It looked like Nicole was looking like she was in a pretty strong position to go up 2-love. I'm sure she's questioning herself right now what happened, but I think Cheng did a very good job to reassert herself, and we got a 1-1 match here.
Level.
Well, game on. Huge comeback by the Hong Kong player, 8-2 at one stage, and 10-7 as well in that second game. So a bit of a reset required for Bunyan.
Sure, she's going to try to find that form that was there at the beginning of the second game and just try to reassert herself. But Cheng feels like she's sort of hit her way into the match here, and her confidence will obviously be a bit higher now.
Yeah, that's the test, isn't it, mentally, when that happens. You have a lead in a game, just, you know, staying composed and not panicking, going back to that game plan.
Hand out, 2-1.
I feel like a faster pace is not a bad thing for Nicole. She's fit, strong athlete. I feel like if she keep the pace high, it might work in her favor here.
Yeah, well, she did exactly that. Just that extra bit of pace injected on each shot and just gets the ball through a little bit more, forces the opponent onto the back foot. Good start again.
Yes, let.
Yeah, there's a bit of space there.
Hand out, 2-4.
I see what you mean about the boast. I've seen a few either positions created or winners outright.
Yeah, slightly short length, and then it whipped in with a lot of pace. And again, she got it back though. Oh, that's lovely.
3-4.
Straight kill, just shoots off the front wall.
Yeah, that was a nice combination. 3 or 4 shots of just pressure, you know, not really going for the outright winner, but just pressure after pressure after pressure. Eventually it gets the job done.
3-4.
Well, she looks disappointed with that call, but I feel like she could have played that. It's a good squash crowd in Calgary, good sort of squash scene.
Looks like it. You know, I haven't got to say I haven't been here in a few years, so I'm kind of interested to talk to a few people and get a feel for every squash community coming out of the pandemic. It's sort of, there's always a bit of an excitement to it. And
How they've weathered that.
Yeah.
Well, it's a really good club, just 2 floors up from where we're sat here, the Bow Valley Athletic Club.
6-3.
Yeah, they've done a great job with investing some money and building that club back up. It's nice to see. It's the first time I've been there in years, and it's fantastic.
So you'd seen it in its former
I did.
state?
Not years ago, you know, 10 or 15 years ago. And they've definitely put a nice polish on the Bow Valley Athletic Club.
Well, that lead is disappearing once again.
No, Cheng's not going away. She's showing that she's here to compete. There's no question.
2 errors again from Bunyan.
Feels like she's forcing it a little bit. I think she needs to have some patience. And you were talking about simplifying things at the beginning. I think that would work for her right now. Sometimes you can try too hard.
Yeah, just overcomplicate the tactics, or try and get a quick point on the board if you're panicking.
Keep it simple and just let it come. Right back to her.
Oh, what a rally. Wow, well, there was some opportunities there, certainly for Bunyan. Just picked the wrong side on a couple of occasions. Great rally.
Sure, Nicole feels like she should have won that point a few times.
Yeah. She's digging in though, isn't she, Cheng?
Yeah. It's getting physical right now. These girls be feeling it right now on their legs.
Not up.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, she got that.
Yeah.
Ball was down. 8-7.
It's hard to tell. She sort of jammed her racket into the net.
Bunyan looking to recompose herself here. Take a few breaths. Reset. Oof.
Hand out.
There's that long range, sort of not quite a drop, not quite a kill, but it's really effective on this court.
Quite a brave shot under the circumstances.
Yeah, that's a really good shot against a tall player like Bunyan.
9-8.
She's a long way down. Really heavy cut on the ball.
She got away with it.
Hand
She's a
out.
bit lucky there, I feel.
9-all.
Possibly going short a bit too early there, but 9-all to say this is a big point is a modest understatement.
Another tough rally, hard work put in, rewarded. Bunyan has game ball.
Good pressure here from Nicole.
Again, the boast.
Hand out. 10-all.
Cheng is doing a good job of absorbing that pace. I thought Nicole was asserting herself pretty well there.
So into a tie break.
Nice tight shot.
Hand out.
Just going for the percentage
11-10,
tight ball.
game ball.
10-all, that's a strategically good decision, I would say.
Yeah, just ran nicely into the side wall, didn't it? Second game ball for Bunyan.
Cheng not afraid to attack here, down game ball. She's either tired or brave, or a little bit of both.
Oh, wow.
Hand out.
She almost looked like she
11
guessed a
all.
little bit in the front right there. A little bit predictable maybe from Bunyan. Very nice finish.
Good touch.
She's playing big points very well, isn't she?
Yeah, she's showing some good IQ here. Oh, take that.
Hand out. 12-11. Game ball.
I've seen Johnny Williams do that a few times back in the days. You know what I'm talking about? No? Is it
Is that what he was known for?
Yeah, yeah, a couple.
Pretty
More
menace.
in league, not really in PSA, more in league.
Out.
Oh,
She comes right, Cheng comes
And
right
out.
back with the
12 all.
cross court
yeah.
nick off the serve. Aggressive squash from both women. You're welcome, Calgary.
It's the 6th game ball in total that Cheng has been able to defend successfully.
Down. Hand out.
Gonna have to try it for a
13-12.
7th.
Game ball.
Oh, wow. Just those opportunities sometimes. Bunyan just picks the
13
wrong
all.
shot, doesn't she?
Forcing it a little bit.
Hand out.
Third
14-13.
game. Huge
Game
third
ball.
game.
What match ball are we here now?
Game ball number
Sorry, game ball.
5 in this game, I think. And she had 3 in the previous game.
Wow. That'll do it.
Done it.
15-13.
Having to work very hard
To Bunyan. Bunyan leads
to close
2
out
games
this
to
third
1.
game. Could be crucial. "35 minutes so far, 14-minute third game. Nicole Bunyan taking it 15-13 and leading 2 games to 1.
It felt like that game was a mix of good offense and perhaps a few unforced errors that both players would want to have back. But at the end, I think Nicole just showed that she really wanted it. She played a couple big points at the end very well. Up 2-1.
Bunyan leads 2 games to 1. Bunyan to serve. Level. 1 love.
We'll see if Bunyan can capitalise on that momentum.
Yeah. 2 love.
Usually goes one of two ways, doesn't it? After a huge game like that, one person
For
either
sure.
falls away or is able to push on.
Usually it's an advantage mentally to win a close game like that, especially at 1-all. But it was a physical game, right? So, you know what?
Yeah, exactly. Unless you've completely depleted
3
yourself
love.
physically, it's there's a big sort of psychological advantage.
Yeah. So physically, is Cheng ready to respond here? She's probably a little bit physically wounded by the last game, but can she dig deep and reset here? Nicole looks like she's bouncing around.
Started well in every game, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Bunyan. She's had the lead, quick leads.
Good choice.
4 love.
She read that one on that early. Nice quick counter punch.
Handout. 1-4.
Be great for the tournament to have a Canadian player in the semi-finals. She's the number 3 in Canada. See with Holly Norton and Danielle Antono, who's just coming back from injury. Danielle, she was supposed to be here actually. She was top seed and then had to pull out
Yeah.
the last minute.
No, you're right, Vanessa. Though,
2-4.
like, you know, Holly and Danielle, they get a lot of attention, but they deserve it. You know, they're both top 20 or.
Yeah, Holly's just inside top
just
20.
inside,
Danielle
and-
would have been, but she's obviously dropped away with
Yep.
injury.
But Nicole deserves some attention here. You know, she's been competing well with these girls and a solid number 3 in the country,
Yeah.
5-2.
showing that there's some depth in the women's game here in Canada.
Handout. 3-5.
Well, not allowing her to completely pull away in this fourth.
Yes, let. He's attempting to clear your inner back. Yes, let.
I feel like she could have stepped in and played that one.
Yeah, she sort of
3-5.
got her racket a bit tangled up. Oh, the reverse angle again.
Handout.
Couple
6-3.
RBs this game. Did Nicole hit the last one as well?
Yes.
Well,
Yeah,
can
from the
become a
same side.
signature shot pretty soon. My kids always get in trouble when they hit that shot.
Junior players love it. Yeah, it's overplayed a bit, don't they?
Handout. 4-6.
Just feels like Cheng has been behind the whole match and she just keeps clawing her way back and she won't go away.
Yeah. Handout. 7-4.
Very nicely played.
8-4.
Darren Thompson in the front row, clearly appreciating the quality there. I feel like Nicole has lifted the ball a bit more in this this game, a bit more consistent length. It seems to be sort of opening the court up for her a bit and taking the pressure off.
That was a slightly nervy error. Sort of strange shot selection, that one. She needs to keep things very simple here.
Yeah.
No let.
A bit late on that, I think.
Yeah.
No let.
Classic going short too early.
6-8.
It's hard not to. You're up. You're trying to put a match away. It's hard not to want to just attack and
get over that finish line.
Yeah. You need to be disciplined and be. Oh, she's going to want that one back.
That is an edgy,
7-8.
edgy error. What a gift.
The favor returned.
Oh, how happy Bunyan have been to see that go into the bottom of the tin.
Yeah. Can she capitalize?
2 points away.
Hand out. 8-9.
You know, sometimes you need to respect that your opponents hit a good length and just back off that volley and go back and not force it. Because even if she hit that, what was she going to do? It's just going to be a hack sort of volley into the middle of the court probably. So.
Yeah, definitely.
Well played. Nice response.
Hand out. 10-8. Match ball.
2 match balls for the number 2 seed. Sure we'll hear a big noise from the crowd if she can get over the line here. She's done it.
11-8. Match to Bunyan. 3 games to 1.
Backhand volley, finding the tin.
12, 13, 11-8.
Great game. Popular result. Number 2 seed Nicole Bunyan through in 4 games. 11-7, 10-12, 15-13, 11-8. Crucial 3rd game.
Just felt like she was able to impose herself physically a little bit in the last game. Cheng might have been a little bit tired from the tough 3rd game. I think Nicole established her length well, and ultimately I think she really wanted it.
Well, that's it for the women's quarterfinals. And that is our lineup for tomorrow's semi-finals. New Zealand's Caitlin Watts will be taking on Diana Garcia of Mexico. And then Nicole Bunyan, number 2 seed, up against Stefan of France. Those semi-finals commencing at 4 o'clock tomorrow.
everybody. Round of applause for that last match. Fantastic match. Congratulations. My name is Dean Brown. I'm the CEO of the Bunyan Athletic Club, and our club is obviously a big host. And on behalf of the club, we'd like to just thank all of you for supporting this event. We're anticipating tonight's going to be a really busy. So we respectfully ask the back row is for sponsors and weekly pass holders. There's lots of seats on the side wall, front wall, and up top for the daily session. So please, we appreciate your cooperation on that. Just before I hand it over to our scintillating MC, Colin Whitney here, I just wanted to do a few thank yous. Firstly, to our local sponsors, Carve Builders, Hemisphere Energy, Tourmaline Energy, Richardson Wealth, Canaccord, Birchcliff, Flint, Masterbuilt, Castles, and WVL Capital for their contribution to this event. This is a bronze event on the PSA Tour, so we've had to raise a lot of money, and we couldn't do it without these guys' support or without all of you ticket holders. So give yourself a round of applause. Thank you so much. Not most importantly, we're all important, but I'd like to thank our presenting sponsor, sitting here in the front row, Mr. Mike Knapp, Air Sprint Private Aviation. Mike, thank you very much again for your generous support of squash all around the province and particularly this event. And last but not least, our title sponsor, Oxford Properties. This is the second year we've been doing this. Not only here, but we've been doing it across other cities in Canada. They're our landlord too, and they've been very helpful with us in our business and getting this going. And so without Oxford, none of this happens. So Oxford Properties, thank you very much. Also, he's here somewhere. I want to also thank Tourism Calgary. They've been very generous in both sponsorship for food for the players, which is needed, and also for hotel accommodations. These players are coming from all over the world. We've got 14 countries, I believe, represented in the men's draw this year. So this is a premier event, and they got a nice place to lay their head at night if they're not being billeted. So thank you very much for Tourism Calgary as well. So we've got a huge night ahead of us tonight. We've got, obviously, the women's final will be tomorrow now, but we've got 4 fantastic quarterfinal matches coming up. I'm pretty excited about it, and I'm going to hand it over here to our Master of Ceremonies and former Bow Valley Athletic Club professional, Colin Whitney.
Well, thanks, Dean. Okay, let's get the players out on the court. The first player is the defending champion, 8 PSA titles. He's ranked number 46 in the world. He's from England. Let's have a big hand for Nick Wall. And his opponent, the number 2 seed, 4 PSA titles. He's ranked number 11 in the world. He's from Wales, Joel Makin.
So welcome viewers to the Oxford Property Canadian Men's Open 2023. It's quarterfinals night. We've just finished the quarterfinals of the women, and now we move on to the men in this bronze sized event. $55,000 is the total prize money at the top there of the schedule, right in front of us as they're warming up. Nick Wall against Joel Makin, and that'll be followed by the Iron Marshal against Mohamed Elshabini. August Dussourd up against the Cannonball Rodriguez, and finally the Swiss Rocket Muller. He will take on the Giant Killer Lionel Cardenas. And Nick Wall is really making a name for himself in the last period. At 46 in the world, he keeps moving his way up. And he had a very big win yesterday against Dimitri Steinman. no doubt it's perhaps not a match that Steinman's going to want to look back at too quickly. Far too many unforced errors, but Nick Wall came in with a plan. 6'1", good height, 22 years of age. Let's not forget that he's not very old yet, and he's got a good conversion rate of 8 titles from 12 finals. That win rate at 67.5%, that's high for a guy that's ranked where he is. So just an indication that he's getting down to business very quickly and doing extremely well. But he's up against one of the most physically imposing players on the tour, the man in blue. Not the traditional Caracal yellow, it's blue now because that's what Joel Makin wanted. Slipped down to number 11 in the world, 28 years of age. Been on tour for 10 years, 4 titles from 14 finals, but he moved quickly into the higher level tournaments. That's why he didn't stick around too long with the lower level, and 16.9%. That's a bit of an indication that he needs to bring that up if he's going to push back up to his previous best of 7 in the world and go beyond, and that's no doubt what he wants. It's pretty clear to everybody that Joel Makin is absolutely not happy about being outside the top 10. He wants to get back inside that top 8 and then challenge the best in the business. And somebody who knows quite a fair bit about that back in his day. And with great pleasure I introduce Graham Riding, former world number 10, 3-time Canadian national champion. It's great that we've got you as a local here, Graham, to give us your insights, and also I'm going to probe you a little bit about what you think about the game today and how it compares to 20 years ago as we move on.
Well, lots to answer there, but let's start with fun to be here. Super fun. It's been a while since I've seen you, Johnny, so it's nice to sit here and watch squash together. But yeah, no, I think we have an interesting match here. I was listening to the stats you're throwing out, and the two that sort of jumped out at me when I was looking at some of the players earlier today was looking at Nick Wall. He's actually had a couple results recently where he didn't get the win, but he actually pushed a couple of top 10 players. Recently, he basically lost to Yusuf Ibrahim 14-12 on the 4th, just in Pittsburgh, which was last week. And then I noticed Victor Crouin, he lost in 5 in January. Victor Crouin, a top 10 player as well, or Yusuf, I think, top 20. So he's showing, what's his ranking? 39 or 40 something right
46,
now?
yeah.
He's looking to me like he's playing a top 20 level, for sure a top 30 level. Like his ranking isn't fit for the level of his ability right now. That's what jumped out at me with those recent stats.
Yeah, you're referring to that TOC match. I was sitting on my lounge back in Zurich, and he had 9-8, 2-1, 9-8 against Crouin. I mean, he was so close to winning. And if he had have managed to sneak that victory, he would have deserved it. So that's exactly what you're saying. He's got the quality, and Joel Makin will be well aware of that.
Yeah. And he's only 22, so it looks like, the trajectory is moving up for this guy. And this is, I think Joel, as you were sort of alluding to, his form right now is not what it was perhaps a year ago. He was quite the lion a year ago at 7 in the world roughly and taking scalps. And right now he's having to sort of re-earn that territory, and so it could be an opportunity for Nick here to try to maybe get in a good result against Joel when Joel's confidence is sort of not what it was a year ago perhaps.
Yeah, that's dead right. Probably Makin would want to counter that and say this is the perfect opportunity for him to, with a 55k event, the top 8 guys are not here. This is exactly the sort of event he's eyeing off to get a win on the board, get a good run through, get a lot of court time. But there's no head-to-head on the PSA Tour, but Nick Wall did win against Joel Makin in Premier League.
Ooh. So there's some good research that's coming through here.
December 2022, so it's pretty fresh.
5 games.
No doubt that'll be in Joel Makin's mind and Nick's. Yep.
Each player has
all
4
those results
reviews
matter.
available. Level.
So you just heard the chair referee as Nick Wall gets it going here, first quarter final. This is going to be a pretty buzzing night. I think you can just hear the murmur of the crowd there. They're really getting into it. Darren Thompson, Dean Brown have done a great job setting this tournament up together with Sam Cornett.
And let's not forget about Jamie Nichols.
Jamie Nichols, bang on.
No lad.
Well, he's not going to use one of the 4 reviews there, Graham. Tonight's the first time we've had the
And
video
0-1
review
love.
back in operation.
Early rounds, it wasn't there.
No,
Okay.
so the local referees, they're going to be challenged. There's no doubt about that. 2 guys in there that are not going to give an inch about taking their space, and they'll be planting themselves firmly when they want to attack.
Well, physically, I think Joel certainly has a reputation of being able to go the distance, very athletic, mentally very strong. So the altitude, the conditions of a bouncier court, a livelier court, that would suit Joel Makin. I'm sure he's comfortable with these conditions.
Yeah, was that something that, back in your day, playing tournaments here, everybody was aware? Yeah, Calgary, it's a little bit higher. It's not, it's not 2,000, but 1,000 is enough to eat away at critical stages in a match.
Yeah, I know. I was talking to Vanessa about this earlier. Like, you certainly felt it. The ball moves through the air quicker, so you certainly have to have a quicker racket head and a quicker eye. You want to be a little bit more selective of going short because the ball does sit up. So there are some adjustments you have to make. You're kind of budgeting your energy levels, frankly. It's like, you're not at sea level, and those oxygen levels, they are different in Calgary.
Spoken by a true man who works in finance, budgeting. And these two are just showing what happens when we move into the quarterfinals. And Joel Makin certainly wanting to let Nick Wall know points will be hard earned. Might get the stop clock going on the next few rallies. Joel Makin thinks that's in and Nick Wall doesn't, but we'll go on.
Looks to me like Nick Wall's not short of any ball control. Looks very comfortable with moving that ball around. Pretty tidy player so far. Very tight, good width. Showing some holds.
Yeah, it's nice compact positions, isn't around the middle. Classical racket prep. And Joel should have played that, Graham. Should have just whipped that cross court. That was a winner on there.
Don't disagree.
Yeah, you were very close. He was worried he might hit you.
Long rally.
Yeah, I was unsure of that ball. Playing left.
Both players sending a message early. Bit of stinginess going on.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine Graham riding that compact sort of forehand. That was gone. That was a little flick across the court there. Dead buried.
But if it was late in the game and I'm tired, I would have been stroke hunting like crazy.
It won't be short of banter here, I can assure you that. Nick Wall has spent some time working with Nick Matthew, but primarily he does a lot of work with David Pearson, he told me at the moment. DP, very famed for his work with a lot of the top English players over the years. Nice little flick down the wall there.
It's interesting with these lefties how comfortable they seem on their forehand side. They're just so used to playing down that wall. I'm sensing almost a little bit of a Shabana in Nick Wall here in terms of there's some danger lurking in there, like quick hold, quick snap.
It's an interesting point. I've always wondered about that. As I got older and I became a coach, and I still am, I worked a lot on my left hand. Look out for some posts on Instagram with that one, Graham.
Okay.
But what I found, yeah, if you do a reflection in the mirror, it seems like it's just a mirage. We have this feeling that the lefty has more hook on his forehand, but I've looked, checked it out. We have as much hook, but it's an illusion in our brain, I think.
Yeah, I know. I just think we're not used to seeing left-handed players as much as right. So,
meanwhile, it feels like we've had an attorney all ready to talk to each other, and it's only 2-love.
Yeah. No, I'm bored as well, John. This is point taken.
Makin seems quite happy to be using, as he's just been, couldn't quite get prepared there. He's getting positions where perhaps you might think he might want to kill it short, but he just keeps sending it back. He's very intent on making this long, but he has to be careful. That scoreline's just slowly drifting away.
You know, there's that fine balance between being attritional and making the rallies long and hard versus, you know, showing some ability to push up in the court and win some points, and not just run your opponents down. You were asking me earlier about what I think about the game today versus when I was playing. Like, there's just so many more players that are capable of going out there and winning a match with just playing good squash and aggressive squash. The depth is certainly there, but there's just some great offense out there today.
Which is why you've remained a member, no doubt, of Squash TV, as you told me off air.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we want to see. Two guys locking horns, good racket skills, and the physicality is... Oh, there's not going to be a let. I don't know what he's asking there.
This shot was good.
Well, that was neither a trickle or a drop, but he got away with it. Wall just a bit inexplicably faded out of that rally. He's done very well early on, but he's been reminded straight away that Makin is an absolute bull. He'll just keep pressing away very, very hard.
Stroke to Makin.
It's better from Makin. He's got to start laying a few drops in there when he gets the opportunity on the wall.
He's just pulling it in tight there. You know, not looking for the winner, but looking for the forced error, the forced loose ball, which I think is a very sound strategy on a lively court first game. Nick trying to mix the pace up here.
Yeah, definitely. I think that there's going to be phases, isn't there, where he's going to just try to suck some energy out of the rallies and just slow it down a little bit.
Yes, Led.
You know, when you got a player that is such a smooth and powerful mover like Makin, really, you know, the only way to really get some damage in his legs is to put some holds in it and really get him to stop and start. You know, if you're playing rhythmic squash, predictable squash into the corners, you know, Joel feels like he could do that for a long time.
Yeah, and that's exactly what's in his... If you look at his last two losses, you know, you got Abu Elgar in Pittsburgh. Just, you know, that very fast handwork across the middle, stepping onto it, volleying it short, but then mixing it up with an extended line. Nicky Muller with his wrist and TOC, just able to stop him in his tracks a little bit and cause that disruption.
Yeah. And you saw Diego do that to Paul Cole.
Yeah.
In Tournament Champions.
Yeah, that 3-minute rally, the opener's getting a bit of airtime now.
Is
I was
it?
glad, yeah, I mean, finished with that cross-court nick sort of from deep in the court on the backhand. Unbelievable. Well, I thought it was very interesting that Diego was quite almost sending a message about
Yeah.
the physicality
Yeah.
out to Cole. Like, that's no problem for me as well.
Absolutely. Because certainly traditionally it was the one spot that Diego was perhaps vulnerable was sort of would he get tired and would his movement start to fail him?
Down.
And I think it was very, very clear that he's put in some work and
5-3.
and he's willing to play as long as he has to, so that he can use his squash and his skills.
Yeah, 85 minutes, but what you have to say, he still looked like he had a bit left in him. I mean, he hadn't hit the ceiling yet.
No.
And Makin,
He's definitely fitter, but Diego's movement is night and day different than what it was a couple years ago. I'm getting off a bit of a tangent here, but he looks like he's potentially capable of pushing up into that #1 spot. It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, he's only got one more spot to go. He got up to #2 now this week. And Makin, businesslike, just eating away here at Nick Wall's 3-point lead. Nick Wall, now that's interesting, Graham. He's not run for that.
Yeah.
That's a bit odd. And there's no way in the world, as you see, John Makin looked at him straight away there.
He's either tired early or there's some injury that he's trying to deal with here. 3-1 up, wasn't he? 3-love, 3-1.
3-zip, yeah. Six on the trot now for Makin, and all I'm seeing is the big blue figure of Makin hugging that tee area, and Wall is sort of lifting, trying to find placement shots, but there's no aggression around the middle now.
3.
Yeah, he's not pushing forward.
Hand out, 4-7.
Well, the strings had a nice tone on them there as he just sliced that away. Needed something to just stop that run of points. Who's your favourite player on the tour right now? You thinking?
I would have to say Diego, but I'm actually been very impressed with Rodriguez recently. He's sort of 37 years old, found some great form. So I'd say he's one of the more fun guys to watch and root for these days.
Yeah, I had a nice little rest last night. I was allowed to sit behind the court. And what Rodriguez was doing on there with Bonmalay, I mean, it was exhibition, but it's orchestrated. Like he knows exactly what he's doing. It's incredible.
And he's a showman, but he gets away with it. He doesn't come across like that. It's an ego thing. It comes across that he's trying to entertain people. Like he.
Yeah, and in the third game, Rodriguez, as Nick Wall slices another one, he's making a bit of a move here. This is good to see.
Yeah, he's responded well.
6-8.
And it's been taking those shots on that you talked about, Graham, just really trying to win the rallies as well.
Stroke to Wall.
Pretty easy that, no? Cheap.
Review.
No attempt to play, it's just cheap.
It's a smart review.
Yeah.
It's 50-50 call.
Makin on the stroke decision.
Big point.
Yeah, 6-8, and got to just stop that momentum as well.
Could have played it.
Yeah, and look at the racket prep here, Graham. It's sort of half prepared, not really. He probably could have milked it if he had really showed he was ready, but he didn't do that.
Bit too casual, perhaps.
Yes, just overruled. Makin has 4 reviews remaining.
Just feel like that's one of those
6-8.
decisions where you sort of send a message to the players like, do we want you to play the ball today, or are we going to give you some soft marginal strokes?
Yeah, and that's the advantage of having that review system, because the last couple of days we had some matches where it was getting quite tricky, and these guys, with all due respect, they just don't see, they're not in this environment enough to feel it, Yep. So now with 2 guys having a look at it.
Come on, Max, cheap.
Stroke to Makin.
Ooh. Yeah. How's the squash IQ though? That commentary, Nick Wall's just sort of, he could have reviewed it maybe, Graham, but he hasn't thought about it.
I thought it was definitely a review, especially at this stage of the first game. He was
a bit of reverse psychology going on there from Makin, just sort of almost talking him out of it. Now Makin leads 9-6. It's a nick attempt from deep, and it just feels like Nick Wall, even though that sails
got away
out,
with it.
Needs to keep his mind on the job. He's getting a little bit distracted
7-9.
there.
Just opening the court up a fair bit there, and he got away with it, but I think Joel's too experienced. He's going to punish him for that down the match, throughout the match, if he keeps that up.
What do you know?
8-9.
That little gully there at the back, which is, I don't know if you've been watching the last couple of days, we've seen all sorts of deviations coming at all sorts of angles. Got to have some pretty fast hands to deal with it.
Might be some complaint letters being sent to Jonathan Power, because it's the Jonathan Power court. Some good offense here for Wall.
9-all.
Yeah, just that extra bit of bite, wasn't there, in the swing? Just went through it a bit quicker.
There's some real danger to his game on that, particularly on that forehand side. He can really quickly bring that ball down with some authority.
Yes, let.
We'll review that.
Player review Makin on the yes, let decision.
I feel like the ball was probably tight
Court
enough.
service in the meantime, please.
I think the issue here for the recovery movement of Wall, just slightly sloppy. If he, with a bit of luck, it'll be upheld, but seen them given for that.
There you go.
Stroke to Makin, decision overruled. Makin has 4
And the banter
reviews.
continues. Graham, can you, Makin's 10-9 game ball. Did you have any players on the tour where there was a fair bit of banter going on that you remember? On court?
Yeah, trying to think who would talk.
CEO of PSA by chance, Alex Goff?
Yeah, that's a good one. He was at Simon Park.
And
He
out,
would,
10-9,
he would
game
talk
ball.
a fair bit.
Telling you that he's much fitter than you. Game ball here for Makin. It's been...
Out.
Oh.
11-9.
That was quite a funny ending to that game. We
Makin
saw Makin take control, and then Wall, with a couple of nice finishes, he came back, healthy length. If you're Makin, I think almost 20 minutes, and he just imposed himself a little bit too much on the younger Wall there, 11-9.
Just feel like in the end, Joel was the steadier throughout that game, where we saw some flashes of good offense, and then Nick Wall just sort of went walkabout for a little bit in the middle of the game, and that sort of ended up hurting him in the end.
30 seconds. Makin leads 1-0. Level.
I'm going to throw this out to you, Graham. I feel like Joel Makin, there'll be a concerted push here based on some of those sort of psychological things you said about the mid-game lapse of Wall, not running for a ball 20 minutes in. I can just see Makin just trying to put a little bit more intensity here, build the lead, and then have a look over at Wall and see how he's feeling.
Yeah, no, I think physically he's going to want to see that he's there, but also mentally, like, are you prepared to sort of put in the hard rallies, or are you are you not quite there yet, and does the concentration fade and come in and out? You know, it's
down.
And there's that low kill. Makin just exploring that one.
1-love.
He's been very patient in game one, but you can get the feeling now he'll just start to open up a little bit.
That's kind of his bread and butter offense, though, isn't it? You know, he doesn't really cut it in softly that much. It's usually a pretty hard kill, is it not? Joel Makin?
Yeah, exactly. And the good news for him is that this court is tailor-made for that in these conditions. Running it in with a straight kill, and then vary that with a longer one, which is dying length. Well, that was a nice switch there. Tiny little head fake here.
Well, it's a nice combination. And really, all the good work there was that forehand volley. Just such a good length that really opened the court up for him.
Well, talking about Nick Wall, sort of just exiting out of the rally. Well, Makin also they're just seeming to lose interest.
Well, what would you say? You've obviously seen a lot of Joel Makin throughout the last 12 to 18 months. What's the difference sort of in the last 3 to 6 versus when he was
3-1
really hitting his stride over a year ago?
I think that he's lost a bit of confidence around the front half of the court. Sometimes getting into positions where he's standing a little bit too open, not sort of getting that front leg in. And when that short game just wasn't functioning, he was then having to revert to plan B far too much. We know he's got a great plan B, but his attacking confidence, as soon as that went a little bit off colour, he became vulnerable. And like you said, we got so many players, and we're seeing it here again. He's put a couple in the tin. Nick Wall showed with some of those shots he played in the first game, he's got enough to worry Makin around the front.
You know, it's a good point. Like, you always need to have that plan B game where if your offense isn't there, you need to be able to resort to that harder working but winning ugly type of strategy. But you can't sustain that for months on end.
No, exactly.
Hand out 2-4.
Now I saw a couple of situations even against Nicky Muller, if we use that as an example, where he went in, got stuck, got static, and then pushed the post around, and then you go in against someone like Muller.
Would have got a let in hypotheticals. 4-2. 2-4.
And yeah, there's a lot of guys around like Muller who are very skillful, and they're quite tall as well. So one step, the hand goes out, and all 4 corners can be hit off a loose ball. You're going to get punished much more.
Down.
Just good old-fashioned
3-4.
width there. Actually, watching yesterday as well, Graham, I felt that although it's pacey off the front wall and there's a bubbliness in the court, if you hit the spots at the back, there are some dead spots there.
Right. Yeah, no. The players, they'll all figure it out. They'll be like, can I hit a good rewarding length here? Does the ball hug tight? You know, that's why they come down and have their practice hits. They try to figure out what's the court that we're dealing with this week. There's always a few subtle differences every week. Is it running fast off the front wall? Can I get away with a cross court, or is it too dead?
He was having a chat with Nicky Muller. He was last on last night, and obviously I've had a close affiliation with him over a long period of time, and just being in Switzerland. And he was saying he was just trying to hit a dying length almost all the time. He was just very conscious of not overhitting it, not having it up on the back wall, so that Harrity just didn't have that option. He had to cut it off, and he was somewhere between the back of the service box to the back wall.
Yeah. Yeah, I always like the expression, measure that length. He's got a very quick forehand punch. If he gets you out of position, he can be very dangerous on that side, Nick. I've seen that a few times today already.
He's becoming more willing around the middle to take on those straight attacks, isn't he? Makin seems to be either off the back wall or quite deep. That's more like it. That's what he's got to do.
Yeah.
Get on that front foot.
4-6.
More positive.
Getting back to what you said about Makin, I feel like laterally, because of his mobility, incredible mobility, as I don't know if you've seen any of his Instagram posts, just complete silly stuff. One-legged full squats,
right?
Front hold on the barbell, 30 kilos all the way down and then back up. One leg, mate, not two.
Hand out at 4. Hand out 7-4.
But he's been outplayed here. Out squashed, out thought.
Nick's doing a very good job of not overhitting, medium pace, but very tight on the backhand wall. If he gets a loose ball in the forehand, then he goes in for the kill. Almost like a David Palmer sort of strategy, where soft and controlled on the backhand, and then the offense is on the forehand.
Stroke to wall.
It's been a pretty clean game so far. You know, nobody's overplaying the referee, trying to play the ball. It looks like.
Yeah, we'll let them review.
Did he actually ask for a review? I didn't hear it, Graham, to be honest. A lot of chit chat, but no.
I think he just put his hand up. Not sure he's going to get any reward for it. Looked pretty crowded there, Nick Wall.
Yeah, he's hit that very loose as well. Look where the ball's rolling. You can see it right along the inside line of the service box. Perfect presentation there in the replay, and it's upheld.
Stroke to wall, decision upheld. Makin has 3 reviews remaining.
Thank God I got that one right.
Don't worry, mate. You have to get a lot more wrong before you be placed in the same category as our famed commentator, PJ.
Oh, really? Is it not a winning record on that front?
Luckily, he's in bed asleep in the UK. He's looking comfortable out there suddenly, Nick Wall, as well. That hold, like you said, down the backhand wall, he's just Nice variation of the racket face. That's
Yes, let.
at best a let.
Yeah, I like how
8-4.
Nick Wall is putting some holds in here and trying to mix up the pace, get rid of the rhythm. Feels like that's the right strategy for against Mr. Makin.
9-4.
I'm going to put you on the hot seat, Mr. Riding.
Try set
You know,
down.
you're not going to get away with that when you come in here with me. I'm going to say that Wall's going to win this game. And then
He's up 9-4. You're really putting yourself out on a limb there, aren't you?
I'm not finished yet. And in the highlights, just at the end, when you do them, not that I jump the gun here, but
9.
I want you to give us a bit of your thoughts. If you're going down to Makin's corner, what are you going to tell him as well?
Perfect.
Down. 6-9.
My mother did tell me to look before I leap because, as I say it, Makin, as he does so well, he's never out of it.
Down.
And he's gone a bit sloppy here, Graham.
Couple errors.
7-9.
Pushing for the finish line here a little bit too hard. Got to earn it. Joel's not going to give it to you.
And that's a great drop. Joel Makin was very obvious there.
8-9.
Hit through that. He's not worried about it coming back. Second bounce in the service box. He just wanted one thing, tight. And he's playing the game of patience.
First time going.
Looking at the referee, just trying to move things along. But Nick Wall is entitled, I think, to a towel break now. It's first time.
Feels like it's getting quite physical here. Late stage of this game. Rally's been extended for a bit. No, but that was a good example of just taking the ball short, but not trying to hit a winner. Just trying to move the ball and create something with it.
Oh.
That's a winner.
Out.
Excellent finish.
10. Game ball.
Open face. A little bit of a cut. Hit right through it. Medium pace. Take notes, kids.
So starting to throw a few bows in as well, Wall, just as a reminding Makin of another option he has to cover.
Stroke to Makin. Hand out 9-10, game ball.
Feels like Wall is going, he's going to go for the finish line here, Graham. If he sees one of those slices open, he's got caught here.
No let.
He's accepted it and then something is far away. There's so much contact. Yeah, but the contact was accepted.
Player review, Wall.
I feel like he was trying to show effort.
We're
And
going to have the benefit here.
Ref might have misinterpreted that effort.
Certainly heavy contact, and I don't think Makin was really giving him a lot of access there.
Nope. It's definitely a very easy ball for him to get.
Yeah.
No let, decision upheld. Wall has 3 reviews remaining.
Ooh, that is tough.
That's a tough call
10
at
all.
this point.
Player must
Especially
win by 2 points.
when Nick Wall led 9-4. Suddenly, with that, he's now finds himself in a tie break at the 35-minute mark of the match.
Did he get a tough call at the end of the first game, if I remember correctly? Was it not a controversial call there too?
He did, yeah. Feels like most of the game, he's obviously on the scoreboard he was far ahead, but he also has just been more proactive at trying to. Now it's gone the other way. I didn't see that coming, Graham, that Makin would tin out
Handout.
from a pretty standard defensive ball. It should have come back.
Playing to win.
Handout.
Costly error.
Who's going to win this game?
I think Wall is actually going to pull this one out. I feel like he's playing pretty positive here.
Stroke to Wall. Handout, 12-11, game ball.
It's not the first time we've seen Makin, just when, like you say, Wall controlling that backhand line, that Makin's just been a bit wayward with his returns from the back from deep. He's been stroked a couple of times on that side.
Yes, Let.
It's a right call, but I feel like he deserves a call.
It's hard with that. This is almost like a sky view, so it's very difficult to see like the distances, the real distances. How far away was that ball? He's going for a review. Not sure Makin wants to review this, Graham.
Yeah, it did sit up. You're right.
Okay.
He thinks it's a stroke.
Makin wants a stroke. He's
yes, Let decision.
That's the right
upheld.
call.
Makin has his remaining.
I think Nick needs to stay focused here.
Wall just taking stats on how many reviews that Makin's got left.
Wall has. You have 3 reviews remaining.
Makin might only have 2, I think, up till the end of game 4. That would be. Oh goodness me! That is the first time we've seen Joel Makin going for that shot, which when he was at his best, playing his most confident squash, that was a shot that he was taking on more often.
Timely offense.
Stroke to Makin. Player review Wall on the stroke decision.
It's a dangerous shot, Graham. It's a dangerous shot to play. In the men's game, I'm sure you've seen it. Traditionally on the backhand side, when the right-handers are playing each other, a lot of players these days, as soon as someone overhits it, they're just sort of nudging them into it.
Stroke to Makin, decision
getting
upheld. Wall has 2 reviews remaining.
And that's exactly what we got there with the left-hander.
13-12, game ball.
Is clear. It was just, it was an aggressive line right back into Makin. You got punished for it.
Makin really feels like he's been scrapping away here.
Well, Nick is hitting the ball very tight on the side walls.
Oh, that's a great shot at the right time. Talk about timing of attacks. Cross-court nick and a perfect drop, which we'd hardly seen from Makin in the first 2 games. And after 41 minutes, he comes back, as he does always, pretty perfect that Eye of the Tiger is playing after Makin did that. 2-love.
Well, it was a game of inches, 14-12. Could have clearly gone either way. A few calls to make it a little bit more interesting at the end, but I think Makin just showed his experience. Timely winners at the end, and snuck it through.
Level.
So we didn't really get into those coaching tips because Joel Makin decided to completely throw me under the bus when I said that it was pretty much a lay down misère that Wall was going to take that game. Has the horse bolted for Wall, Graham?
Yeah, that's it. You know what? This first half of the game is obviously going to be critical here to see how he responds. Not easy to respond.
Stroke to Makin.
After losing a game like that, I think we were looking at the numbers. He was up 9-4. He was up 10-8. He certainly feels like it's a game that he should have won. So this is definitely a moment where he needs to be very focused, very disciplined, get back to his game plan.
Two love.
And we've got that momentum shift already psychologically. Joel Makin. It's just so few players in the world that at 9-4 down against Nick Wall, even if they ranked where Joel is, like just to physically make that push that he did. He raised his hitting intensity, even defensively, and then to have that big match temperament at 12-all to come up with two big plays.
3 love.
And now this.
Right box.
Is he prepared to sort of reset, probably have another hour of work, maybe more, to win this match? You know, it's...
And that's very fair from Nick Wall. Joel's very irritable tonight. Motioning again to the ref. He probably feels that he needs it just to stay on top of the situation.
And Nick needs to get Joel behind him here. He's playing a lot short. but arguably too early, and it's going to make himself do a lot of work as Makin gets in there and counter punches and just gets on the ball early.
Nick Wall's lifting here, Graham. That cross court, he went for a cross Nick attempt. He's put that one in, but just looked to me like if Joel had countered that cross Nick quickly, that he was gone.
10 points. That's the rule.
Quickly, please.
The message he's sending certainly is, I'm feeling it physically.
Yeah.
Nick Wall. The body language is
1-4.
not suggesting that he's very excited about playing another 3 games of squash.
And as you said, it's at least 45 minutes.
You don't want to be down 2-love to anybody, but probably don't want to be down 2-love to Joel Makin, because you know it's going to be a long way back. He's sort of this generation's Anthony Ricketts in terms of physicality.
Yeah, Ricketts could submit himself to all sorts of pain in the red zone and just find a way to keep it together. When all that lactic acid is just filtering through the upper body, the arms, the arm would go up and just go again and go again, another set.
Well, the similarity I see too is that, you know, his offense was, but the pace that he played at, he was on the ball early. He was trying to force a fast pace and just see if his opponent was willing to sustain that physically, that level. And I think that should be Joel Makin's strategy. Like, physically, he's stronger than most people he's playing. So let's impose a pace here that frankly hurts, and see if you're willing to go with it.
Ricketts played that match with your mate Jonathan Power, where he was actually playing for the world #1 spot in Saudi, if I remember correctly. He had to win it, but Power beat him in 4. And then his highest ranking remained #3 in the world, but that match, winning that event, would have put him to #1. Jonathan, when those sort of things are on the line, Power was, especially when it went about the world #1 ranking, he was unbelievable about his defending that.
Stroke to Makin.
And I think that played into that retiring at #1 as well.
Yeah, he did. He retired in 06 right when he got back to #1. Very strategic about that.
Said the horse was, I felt that the horse had bolted at 3-love, Graham, and there's just not been any evidence of Wall.
Well, he's going short too early. He's not working the point like he needs to.
Crowd's oohing and ahhing, but in reality, this was, it was a wild attempt at a trickle boast from way back, and Makin just edging his way nicely to what has been a very hard graft, kind of graft that he loves though.
Well, you learn more from your losses, so if this ends up being a loss, there's lots for Nick to take away here.
9-1.
Very competitive first 2 games. Either could have gone his way, frankly.
Broken strings and replace his racket.
Decisions at both ends of those games were had an impact. So there are some positives for Nick to take away from this. The altitude in Calgary could be a factor here. He could be feeling it in the lungs right now.
Yeah, he could have been hurting at 1-all, but it's just a
9-1
different
left box.
It's a different blueprint, isn't it, going into game 3? He figured out a few things about, like you said, that medium pace down that line, using the hold, crunching it on the forehand. He would have had a bit more belief going into game 3 to set that up again, but it was not happening here.
Yeah. No, if you feel like you're getting some dividends from it, then you'll stick to it. But you're down 2-love, he's starting to doubt his strategy.
Down. 10-1, match ball.
This has been clinical. Joel Makin at his brutal best. No holds barred. Every point. There's been some heavy defensive work as well, but he's just stuck to his guns. He's done it very, very professionally there. 11-1. A lot of respect. They do train together, those two. Know each other quite well. 51 minutes. Joel Makin can be happy with that. Game 2, he was very fortunate to get past. But Nick Wall, like you said, Graham, a lot of positives about the way he plays squash. Game is developing nicely. He'll come back better for that.
So this third game was nowhere near the competitive battle like the first two. It was really physically Nick, perhaps mentally as well, was a bit deflated after losing a close second game, and the experience of Makin was very evident.
And next up, the #1 seed, Victor Crouin of France, will be playing Mohamed Elshabini. So that'll be coming up shortly. Don't go away. Lots of exciting squash still to come at this Canadian Open.
Technical fault. Okay, guys, let's get the next game on. Else we'll be here all night. First on the court from Egypt, ranked number 29 in the world. He's got 10 PSA titles. Mohammed Elshabini. I think we can show a little bit more excitement than that for Mohammed Elshabini. Sorry, man, they're not very friendly in Calgary. I'm from England, much more friendly. Okay, and his opponent, the number 1 seed, ranked number 10 in the world. He's got 18 PSA titles. Victor Crouin. That's not much better. I think everyone's gone to the bar. Our referee for this one is Noman Nadim.
Welcome back, viewers. Second men's match on the menu tonight. Victor Crouin, the number 1 seed, going up against Egypt's Mohammed Elshabini. Elshabini has been in pretty good form of late. He took out Salazar 3-love last night, did it in pretty fine style. Very easy on the eye, very elegant style. A lot of nice natural wrist movements in his swing. And at 30 years of age, just feels like he's trying to make a push back to that previous best ranking of 23. Good 10 titles under his belt. It's above 65. Win percentage is very high. But this is where the physical side's going to get tested a lot more with this young guy from France. Trained by his father, Emmanuel Crouin. 25'7", but it's not the size of the dog in the fight, it's the size of the fight in the dog. And Crouin is a big, big fighter. He's established himself inside the top 10. A lot of titles, 18 out of 25 finals. In an interview recently, he said that he's happy to keep playing at 10 in the world, what might be deemed as lower class events. He wants to keep learning his craft. Elshabini has got the 1 win against Crouin, but that was back in 2018. So in the context of the battle here, I don't think we can take a lot out of that.
Well, if you're interested in improving your game, Squash Skills was created utilising web and mobile apps to create a melting pot of coaching ideas from some of the biggest names in sport. And it will provide you with all the information, guidance and motivation you need to take your game to the next level. With world-class insight from the best players and coaches in the game, Squash Skills always finds new ways to help you improve your squash, from movement to match play, cross video, fitness programming, testing and more. Scan the QR code if you're interested to find out more.
Properties Canadian Men's Open 23. Final match, Mohammed Elshabini of Egypt to serve. Crouin receive best of 5 games. Both players have 4 reviews available. Love all.
So Mohammed Elshabini donning the green shirt, blue shorts. Immediately,
One love.
He's been squeezed by that
Hand
very,
out. One love, sorry.
very trademark straight line of Crouin. He loves to keep it straight, Vanessa.
It's a nice feeling, isn't it, when that first one clings to the wall. I like that colour, Shabini's colour t-shirt.
I've got a nice green shirt for this event. I'm going to wear it tomorrow now that I know that.
Aqua, is it aqua blue? No. Aqua green. Mint's been thrown into the mix.
Down. Hand out. 1-all.
Nice testing rally. Both players, but I feel that Crouin will be more than happy with this.
Down.
That's the result of the work.
Yeah, and it just felt like Crouin was the one who was a little bit more proactive around the middle. He was
2-1.
working the ball a little bit more into the space. That was what I was going to sort of throw at you. Does Shabini cut the ball off early enough to cause the types of problems that Crouin, or would perhaps unsettle Crouin?
Stroke to Elshabini. Hand out 2-all.
In terms of who wins this match, I fancy not. I think that he's just sitting a little bit too far back.
Yes, lad. 2-all. Right side.
Just already a couple of little signs that Elshabini isn't happy with the longevity of these last couple of rallies. Crouin can keep the accuracy level, stay in front. I feel like Elshabini will start to force things.
And out 3-2.
More comfortable in the early stages of this match. Crouin, he was a little bit edgy in that first game against Farkas. Coming in as the #1 seed, of course.
And that backhand boast is going in already a few times. It seems to be a thought-out strategy before this match. He's not using the forehand boast. He loves to use the backhand generally as a working shot. Sort of get that same feeling as what you said, Vanessa, that Elshabini's going to be forced into taking on some riskier options from deep in the court if this pattern of play just continues, where Crouin is a little bit busier hunting around the middle.
Yes, led 4-2 left.
He's asking for a review.
Player review, Elshabini on the yes left decision.
I wouldn't be surprised if he gets success, to be honest.
Yeah, it's the. I agree with Crouin. What Crouin said, though, it's the looking for the play. I mean, it's so streetwise, isn't it?
It's a double. It's a classic double movement. And by the letter of the law, players are still allowed to do that in this situation. That's the thing. What you perhaps are more sort of talking about is in the spirit of the game.
Yes.
Held
in the spirit of the game, I would say yes,
remaining.
but by the letter of the law, that's the wrong decision for me.
No, I agree. But when if that kind of thing happens repeatedly, I would like the refs to then just have a word, make sure that you're looking to play the ball, not looking for your opponent.
Down. Hand out.
First poor error from Crouin. He's been in a machine-like rhythm with his hitting. He's very good at just putting that aside, moving on.
Down.
No, he's not. He's done it again.
4-all. Down. Hand out 5-4. Out 5-all.
Well, Elshabini will be absolutely delighted with this last little phase.
And out.
Not capitalising though.
6-5.
It's 5 errors in a row. Vanessa, 3 from Crouin and 2 from Elshabini. So generally, one would say that Elshabini needed to take advantage of the fact that Crouin went off the boil here, and I would fully expect that Crouin, and that's fair from Elshabini, he's called it down,
7-5.
Crouin is very good at making these adjustments normally, understanding the situation and then
7-5.
getting it right.
Well, he does tend to stay calm, doesn't he? No matter what's happening, which enables that clear thinking under pressure. Oh, that's a lovely little counter drop.
Yes, lad, you need to be more careful. He was giving you enough room, so.
There was a lot of front wall there.
Yeah, just be
safety
careful,
let.
I'm telling you. 7-5. It's close. No, we don't need an explanation of that. You have my instructions. 7-5.
I think it's good there that the ref played a let, just purely because Crouin had to turn blind before he hit its hand. So I understand why he's asking as well. But it's good that the ref sort of has indicated what's going to happen next time, so Crouin knows.
No lad. Hand out. Sorry guys, just a second. 6-7. Down.
Oh, I don't know why Crouin's throwing in so many boasts.
7-all.
Trickle boast. Second, was the third one in the tin.
Especially on a front wall that's so quick off the front wall as well. It's not really the sort of shot you want to play, especially when we're heading into the business end of this game now.
Eight-7.
Oh, that came in a good time.
8-all.
Well, Elshabini showing a bit more resolve in that rally than we gave him credit for earlier in this game. But he's getting close to the finish line now. Willing to put in that extra bit of hard work. And also the errors from Crouin is going to strengthen his resolve to keep the ball out of the tin.
No, lad. Ten-8, game ball.
Yeah, interesting shift because Crouin was very dominant early in the opening parts of game one. And then he really went a bit AWOL in the mid part of the game. A lot of unforced errors. Deviated from his traditional sort of line hitting where he's so accurate. Added to that, you've got those big sidewall nicks as well. He's a sort of player who get a lot of benefit from that.
Stroke to Elshabini.
The straight lines are a little bit off kilter.
Game to
Elshabini cleans up nicely there.
Game of.
Yeah, man. So we back in the club with the bodies rocking from side to side.
14 minutes. Mohamed Elshabini, 11-8, leads 1-0.
Well, it was all looking very well thought out early on. Crouin extending the rallies and getting a couple of errors out of Elshabini, but a big spate of errors from Crouin in the mid-stage of the game. Allowed Elshabini right back into it, lifted his spirits, and he played some great squash to close out that game.
In 30 seconds. Seats, please. Thank you. Elshabini leads 1-0. Love all.
Well, bit of work to do for Crouin. I mean, there's the error count, obviously, which was high, but also he was taking the ball in short quite early on in the rallies. Tactically, I don't really get that strategy from Crouin with his speed and physicality. I feel like he needs to do that, especially against this opponent.
Yeah, it's very unlike him, uncharacteristic that he had Elshabini pinned behind him. You could feel that there was a little bit of frustration building up in Elshabini. He wasn't getting any looks around the front. He was having to react to Crouin, and it was Crouin who just completely, he relented and then went for some cheaper options. But he didn't get to 10 in the world the easy way. He got there the hard way. So I'm sure that we're going to see a response. Interesting preparation there. That's more like, I mean, look at that. That is more like the Crouin. 3 straight drops. First one tight.
Hand out, 1 love.
Second one tight, third one in the neck. There's that gully. Last year, his big groundbreaking performance was in Qatar, where he went all the way to the final. Took out Joel Makin, Tarek Moman. Big wins along the way. But what, for me, that stood out was his ability to straighten the ball from all situations. Overhead, off the bounce.
Do you think there's an element of sort of getting to that stage, getting to 10 in the world, and then thinking, right now, what do I have to do to beat those top players, and looking to sort of enlarge the repertoire, which can throw off, you know, the things that have got you there in the first place? Maybe just lose that balance for a while you're looking to develop your game.
You're touching on a good point there. Because he's, as I've said, he intimated in that interview that he feels he's still doing his apprenticeship in a way, because he's going to play the 30s and even down to 30,000. He said that he would play that at 10 in the world. So he sees himself in this developmental phase.
To Crouin, hand out.
And back at home in France training, maybe exactly that. They feel that he needs to be able to play these trickles and angles and stuff like that. But at the same time, he has to recognise in every situation, when you're winning and you're in control, you definitely don't want to change that.
I was about to say he's gone back to his solid straight hitting game.
2-3.
Went for a slightly rash cross-court nick. That ball was out of reach.
Inexplicable again. He's those last two rallies, like you said, Vanessa, he's actually working the rally perfectly.
Just a bit quicker, Mr. Sherbini.
And he feels this impetuosity where he suddenly thinks he's got to go for a winner, when he actually, it's quite clear he doesn't have to. There was a lot of heavy movements in that rally for Sherbini.
Hand out. 4-3.
Again, we see that same pattern unfolding where Crouin went into some very, very nice line hitting. He was controlling a little bit of subtle hold to switch it up, and it's almost inevitable that Sherbini's going to be leaning back like that, going for a drop shot. Sherbini simply doesn't push up hard enough to take a volley or try and break those patterns at Crouin, and that is...
That's the one he's been looking for a while.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to get one eventually, isn't he?
Yeah, much better from Crouin.
7-3.
It's down.
There's clear signs that the energy levels of Elshabini are starting to wilt here, Vanessa.
Yeah.
He was stuck in the front left there. He wouldn't have, if that ball had died, that Crouin hit to the opposite corner, it would have been rally over. Just such a good sustained pressure in the hitting from Crouin.
9-3.
It's not rushed, but it's just constant pressure. And when he's not missing targets at the back, he's not allowing Elshabini to get any tee time, any time on a volley.
Down. Hand out, 10-4.
Shake of the head there of Crouin. He knew that he got away with that there. But he's certainly been in command in this game. He's 6 game balls. Got the house back in order. That's a great lob, and that's a very, very emphatic way to just take that game, backing up everything that he's so known for, so clinical, fixing up the problems from game 1 and levelling very strongly here. Definitely feel that he's in command at 1-1.
Yeah, strong message sent there by Victor Crouin. Really good pressure hitting, 90% straight. And the wheels came off pretty severely in Elshabini's part. He just doesn't have any answers when Crouin is that disciplined with his game.
Level. One love.
Already on that quickish volley down the backhand side, Crouin probing away, making sure that ball is falling before it hits the back wall. Oh my goodness me, that ball, it's as if it fell in a hole in the floor, Vanessa. That is unbelievable. That hit that big crack on the side wall there at the front. That was pretty slick. Just overhead volley. And he just skips out of the way with a wry smile, knowing that he got away with one there because, he was getting controlled in that rally.
Yeah. I mean, he's 2-1 up here, but had a bit of a lucky bounce on that volley on the backhand. And again there, he was at the end, on the end of that, really.
Well, Crouin was just a tad fortunate because Elshabini's drive here, just catching the sidewall. If he had it straight, and it would have been a winner.
It was sort of an all or nothing, throwing himself at the ball shot there, wasn't it?
He's just constantly under the cosh, isn't he? He's just getting squeezed all over the court. You're not seeing him moving into a front leg position to do a hold. He's just defending all the time.
He's being trapped down the side walls.
Stroke to Crouin. Later review Elshabini on the stroke decision.
That's not a good drop shot. It's been hit with no real precise cut. He actually just pushed. It was just a push straight back to himself.
Crouin, decision upheld. Elshabini has 2 reviews remaining, 3-2. Hand out. No, no let. That was too short. Pickups were good.
I think he was too late onto that, and it was very, very short. I don't think he was going to get that, even with his speed.
Review Crouin on the no let.
Let's have another
decision.
look.
Let's just wait for the review.
That's not a let for me, Vanessa.
No, it's too late.
He's just in front of the ball. I'm not going to push him.
I don't think he knew much about that, Johnny.
No, I mean, it was a bit lucky because Elshabini actually meant to roll, drop it in tight, but he went for a little trickle, but it doesn't matter because the ball was too short.
Crouin has 3 remaining. Hand out, 3-all. The ball stayed too short.
It's interesting, we were talking in the last match, Joel Makin and Nick Wall, and there was a lot of heavy hitting going on, but Crouin's showing, if you work through that first phase, game 1, when that ball softens up a bit, there are good spots to get up in front. It's really about accuracy at the end of the day. Crouin has really good cuts on those volleys and drops, and he's finding the way to shot, which is keeping that ball locked tight. A lot of pressure on Elshabini.
Down.
I mean, he's
5-3.
fortunate to have 3 points on the board, really. Elshabini, the pattern of this game is very much favouring Crouin at the minute.
Six, 3.
subtleties of what Crouin does, I really enjoy.
No, continue, please. Stop. Mr. Sherbini. Thank you.
Like he was back in school there, getting scolded by the teacher. He just tail between his legs. He had to go back and receive serve. Guess right, but he's in all sorts of trouble. A lot of Crouin's not happy. Just look here. He actually just sort of bumping into him as Crouin went to play the ball. It was quite, just threw Crouin off a little bit.
4-7. Yes, led. 4-7. Yes, led. 4-7.
Well, from the point of view, if he tries to hit this,
Do we need
there would be danger. But he didn't know a lot about it.
Sherbini just trying desperately to unsettle Crouin.
It's going to be a stroke.
Stroke to Crouin.
Yeah, he's trying to mix it up, like you say, Vanessa, but it is a bit desperate because it's not constructive what he's doing. We're seeing the odd ball down the middle. We saw the lifting a couple of times, but the attacks are coming from there. He's behind the service box mostly when he attacks, and he's guessed right again.
Four. (10-4) game ball.
Six game balls. Crouin is doing it very much like he did in game 2.
11-4. Game to Crouin.
Complete domination in the end.
2 games to 1.
It was barely a rally in that game. Even the ones he lost, he was pretty much in control of. 40 minutes, he leads 2 games to 1.
Well, if Crouin can keep doing this at this level with this level of accuracy, it's increasingly difficult to see a way through for Elshabini. He's trying to find ways to unsettle Crouin, but to no avail in that game. Perfect tactics, well executed by the Frenchman.
Let's see if Mohamed Elshabini has got a few tricks left in his toolkit, because he's been challenged tactically in a way that he's not showing us enough evidence that he can find ways through that wall of defence that Crouin presents across the middle. Very impressive the way that Crouin was able to fix up what went wrong in game one. And again, it's just the dying, fading length. There's always that subtle hold about it. Swing is so compact.
Has to be relentless with it though. Slightly loose ball, well dealt with by Elshabini. Any cracks start to appear in that Crouin game, Elshabini will be more than happy to step up. Making it sound very simple, but it's the quality of what he's doing as well. It is a simple tactic, but
it's a bit too
not
long.
easy to execute to this level.
2-1.
When I go wipe my hand, let me be.
Yeah, we can do that every 10 rallies or so, just okay? Stroke to Elshabini. 3-1.
Just that slight loss of focus, and Elshabini's right there.
Out, 2-3.
It's unforced error, but in the context of the way that Crouin just has got a hold, it's almost like he's got his foot on Elshabini's neck the whole time. There's just that perceived pressure out there all the time, which causes Elshabini to play those kind of shots that he would not play against players where, let's say, the...
Yeah, he's playing them slightly off balance as well. His body weight sort of slightly moving back.
He definitely missed an opportunity there on that forehand cross volley. If he had just hit that nice low cut, 2 bounces before the sidewall, he would have finished the rally.
Oh, misjudged that one. Oh, beautiful. He enjoyed that one, as did the crowd. He hasn't had much success with the cross courts.
3-all.
That's what you said, Vanessa, leaning back, the racket face closed as he hit it. But there is a certain amount of lactate just pulsating through his whole upper body as well, which causes that heaviness. And suddenly the floodgates just slightly opening here, and we've seen Crouin in the last 2 games become very dominant at this part of the game. Oh, nice shift there. You don't see that too often, a hold lob winner. Wow, what about that, Vanessa?
6-3.
Maybe it doesn't make the highlights reel, but that is a very, very good shot. Very classy.
Stroke to Elshabini, and out, 4-6. And out, 7-4. And out, 5-7. Nope. 6-7.
Albini hanging in. Just one more little phase of solid work required from Crouin to close this out. It's not going to be given to him.
And out, 8-6.
Well, you said that wasn't going to be given to him, but that's exactly what Shabini's done.
Yeah, I mean, that was a real unforced error, but a lot of them just forced from pressure, aren't they?
Well, that was a fabulous adjustment for Crouin. He was off balance.
Oh.
Oh, what a rally. All court stuff.
I wasn't sure about one of the pickups in there. I think Crouin's questioning it.
You'd have the review available to look at it.
And out, 7-9. Yes, let.
Surely you'll review that, Vanessa, because that was
Review Crouin on the yes, let.
very, very loose.
No, he reviewed. He reviewed first.
Yeah, he's reviewing, yes. Crouin's review.
Has he got enough of a look here at the cross court? He does,
I
actually.
think he does, yeah. I never thought that was a stroke. I think that's a let. I think he could probably get him on the follow through. So it's a let. I think he's got the front wall there.
And he's moving backwards as well. He's tracking here. Watch his movement. He's tracking slightly backwards, so that's has to remain as a let, really.
Yes, let. Decision upheld. Crouin has 2 reviews remaining, 7-9. Yes, led. Player review, Crouin.
Oh, the reviews coming
decision.
out.
Oh, there's a lot of contact there, Vanessa.
Yeah.
He's trapped. I mean, he can't.
I mean,
Surely that's a let.
Just because it's a tight ball, that's significant contact. Just showing that he can get through.
Yes, led. Decision upheld. Crouin has 1 review remaining, 7-9.
Couple of good upholds there from the video ref. Just making sure that it's not going to be given cheaply here to Crouin, and that's good to see. He's got to produce that squash that we've seen him being quite dominant with throughout the match. To put the final sort of stamp on things and seal the deal.
Another hard-working rally. Oh, and the story of the match.
But it had that feel about it, didn't it, Vanessa? Just Crouin knew.
10-7.
We saw just on the drop he played,
Match
there was a
ball.
lot of margin on it, and that was smart. He just knew to just keep it going. He's physically just been in a better spot in these sort of phases, and 3 match balls now.
I mean, think about the amount of errors he made in that first game, and right at the start of the second, he's hardly made any since then. Been very, very solid.
Yes, led. Exaggerated. Player review, Elshabini on the yes, led decision.
Oh, there's a carry in there as well.
The review, my explanation is it's exaggerated.
That is very exaggerated.
Yeah.
That's what you, in reference to what you were talking about, that is way too much.
You want to review the pickup first? What do you want to do?
The shot he can only hit there is a boast, actually. He can't actually hit it to the front wall.
Yeah. Volley, he should be volleying that. Look, the only reason he didn't volley that is because he thinks he might get a stroke out of it.
Review, Crouin's pick up in the front left.
No let.
The review is happening for the pickup, group pickup in front left.
Yeah, I definitely thought there was a
Sorry, we
bit of a
cannot
carry in
cancel the
there.
review now, it's in progress.
We're going to look at that first.
What about the
front left? Crouin's pick up off the side wall, front left.
has the review been upheld? Because
I think they're looking at that first, because then it would make it irrelevant.
I mean, I think given that we were in that process, Vanessa, it would just make sense for me to finish that process.
We're not looking at the bounce, we're looking at the
It looks a bit
carry.
like a carry to me, Vanessa. Just seemed to hang in the racket.
I think the video ref is looking at the bounce there.
Ball was good. Decision upheld. Elshabini has one review remaining. I clearly asked you and you said on the pickup. 10-7. Match ball.
Theoretically, he can review both if he's got the reviews. So that's just a bit complete. Yeah, got a bit muddled up there because not that I don't think it would have been a stroke anyway, but.
Let.
Oh, Crow was nowhere near him there.
10-7, match ball. Out. Hand out, 8-10, match ball.
Oh, we're just twisting and turning here a bit on this match ball. We've had all of this controversy on that last one about the decision and the pickup, and Elshabini's just hanging in by the skin of his teeth here.
Well, it's given him a bit of a rest, bit of a breather.
Video referee decision on Elshabini's appeal.
Gets a bit stuck on it there.
It does, and that sat up, Vanessa. It's not gone in tight as was intended, and
the review, please.
That's come out a long way. That's a stroke for me.
Yeah. He was stuck in the lunge, which meant the ball had to be very, very good, and it didn't quite hit its target. That's a stroke.
Stroke to Elshabini. 9-10, match ball. Left.
All of these little breaks in play have really helped Elshabini. Oh, the head fake.
He loves that one.
Crouin, 3 games to 1. 8-11, 11-4, 11-4, 11-9.
Look at that roll, Vanessa. He usually does it on the volley, but this one was on the bounce, and what a weapon to have when you can produce a shot like that to finish a match, especially when things were just getting a little bit testing there at the end, but he did it so well, Crouin. 61 minutes, he's through 3-1 into the semis, and we're going to hear an interview just shortly as he gets himself prepared with our MC, Colin Whitney.
on the tee. Thank you, Jamie. Victor, great result. Lost the first game. Anything you kind of did different after that? You can have the mic.
Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I had to get a little bit of water because my mouth is so dry. I thought I wouldn't be able to speak. No, I think in the second, I noticed that Mohammed was feeling a little bit tired, so I thought, well, I'm not feeling that well neither, but maybe I'm feeling a little better, so should just keep grinding out there, and then if I get a few points on board, then maybe my confidence would come back and I would stop hitting the tin, because I made a lot of errors in this first game and a half. So yeah, I tried to keep pushing, and I knew in that fourth game he would come back and try to make it to a fifth. So I kept pushing, and yeah, I'm proud I won in the end, but yeah, it was kind of a scrappy win today.
Yeah, it's kind of like, how do you find the court? Obviously, Calgary, bit of altitude, so, you know, everyone's sort of feeling it in the lungs a little bit. How do you find, obviously the ball's bouncing pretty high, how do you find the court?
Well, I think we all players are on the same boat, so I try not to complain and just to adapt to conditions. Every week it's a different court, it's different conditions, and obviously altitude is a little bit tough on the belly and the lungs, but I came a little early, so I got used to the conditions a little bit, and I'm feeling all right. I think I'm fit enough to stay on court for an hour. So yeah, I'm just glad I get to play for another day, and hopefully I play a little better tomorrow.
Well, you look pretty good to me. Okay, Victor Crouin, round of applause.
Fantastic match between these two. Really enjoyed that. Lovely contrast between the two players. And Crouin really had to dig quite deep to find the discipline that he needed, keeping that ball predominantly straight with that really good pressure hitting into the back. Very, very accurate. Elshabini was running out of ideas. Good comeback though from him in that fourth game. Crouin through to the semi-finals, where he will meet the winner of the next match. And it is the Frenchman Auguste Dussourd taking on the Colombian number 4 seed Miguel Rodriguez.
Okay guys, we're going to get our next match on. First on to clear from France, the 13 PSA titles, he's number 28 in the world, Dussourd. Round of applause, people. I don't know if that counts as a round of applause, come on. And his opponent from Colombia, he has 30 PSA titles, he's number 13 in the world, from Colombia, Miguel Rodriguez. And the referee for this one will be Jack Dale.
Next men's quarter-final coming up for you. Frenchman Dussourd taking on Colombian cannonball Miguel Rodriguez, number 4 seed. Frenchman there on the left, currently sat at his highest ranking, just inside the top 30, 27 years old. Squeezed into that top 30 off the back of some good results. 13 titles racked up so far, 10 years on tour. Started off well early in the season, made it through to the semi-final in Nantes, and he's backed that up with some pretty good results, good consistency. Round 3 in Hong Kong, and again at the TOC, where he was halted in his progress by today's opponent, Miguel Rodriguez. 37 years old now, but moving like a much younger man. Former world number 4, currently sat at 13. Impressive 30 titles during his career, and has been in fine form this season. big run at the TOC. Took out Mohamed Elshabini there in the second round and backed that up with another 2 good results, eventually losing out to Marwan in the semi-final. Quarter-finalist as well at Motor City Open and Pittsburgh Open. So 2 previous meetings, and both won by Rodriguez, both at the TOC actually, this year and last year. Very similar matches, 66 minutes and 67 minutes, 2 3-1 wins for Rodriguez. And we've got Joel Makin back in the comms box with me for this match. Joel, well done.
Cheers, thank you. Yeah, I think this will be a pretty interesting matchup. Like you said, the last 2 have been pretty long, drawn-out matches, but I think Rodriguez he's going to be particularly difficult here. A little bit of altitude and making things difficult, but if August wants to progress and get up inside that top 20 or around that area, these are the sort of matches he needs to take, I think.
Well, there's our draw, updated draw. You can see my co-commentator through into the semi-final. We'll have to wait for the last match to see who we will meet. And the winner of this next one will face Victor Crouin. They certainly seem to enjoy these conditions in this court in his match against Bonmalé yesterday, Rodriguez.
Yeah, these are the conditions that suit him. I think it suits his body and obviously the way he obviously plays at altitude, so he doesn't feel it as much physically as the other guys. But I think the way he moves into the front corners and around the back, he doesn't, when the ball's coming back a little bit further off the front wall, he doesn't have to go into those deep positions, which he doesn't like. He can run through, turn, he can do interesting things with the ball, and I think this sort of suits his body type as well.
Colombia to serve, Auguste Dussourd of France to serve, Miguel Rodriguez of Colombia to receive. Best 5 games. No review is in effect. Each one has 4 reviews available.
Well, not the smoothest intro I've ever heard, but here we go.
Love all.
Yeah, there was a lot of that on display actually in that match against Bonmalé. All of the disco moves were going on.
Yeah, and he seems to be in a good place with his body at the moment. I know he seems to be playing every event there is. He's probably got, I think he's got 20 tournaments on his ranking for this year.
Really?
And I think that's been 12 tournaments since starting back in September.
That just goes against everything you think would happen when you get to that sort of age.
Yeah, and he
start
seems
to like pick your tournaments maybe more selectively and play a
protecting
little bit
your body a bit
Yeah.
more, and yeah, it doesn't seem to apply to him at this stage. Seems to be moving as well as ever, and had a, he seems strong at the moment. Yeah.
What do you make of this Frenchman? Have you played him?
Not for a long time. We're similar age. We played in juniors a little bit, but not for a long time. He was a little bit lower down for a while, and now he sort of last year or two he seems to have really stepped up and he clearly wants to make a push. I think he's taken out Sarjahan in the first round. That's an impressive win. He's very solid around that level, and he's sort of looking like he's up to make a move.
Yeah, that was tough match against Shahjahan Khan. Was pushed physically.
I think it's obviously going to be quite attritional at this point. There's not too much reward, I don't find, unless you've got unbelievable ball control to leave the ball too short with the court conditions, the front wall, and just the early stages. You've got to feel each other out. They're going to be working each other into the front corners, quick 2 or both, or popping the ball in short, I think. Rodriguez is going to wait a little bit, try and soften him up, I think, and then see what he can do as it opens up a bit more. What he seems to do well there, isn't it? Not taking much risk, rolls the post around and then waits for the counter punch and then drags you back out cross court. It doesn't look like much has happened and there's not much risk to it, but he is putting a subtle amount of work into you there over time.
Yeah, it's not risk for him with his movement, and yeah, especially on this court. Yeah, he's gonna back himself, isn't he, physically in these conditions against Dussourd.
I'm interested to see how much Auguste wants to push here as well, because this is tough conditions. It's frustrating. It's not going to be particularly enjoyable for a long part here if he wants to get any change. So Rodriguez is going to ask those questions of him, and it'll be interesting to see how long, he's happy to stay on there and, construct real rallies rather than just going speculatively like he's done there a little bit.
Well, Shahjahan Khan was doing that to a degree against him, trying to make it quite tough and extended. But Rodriguez will be able to do that with that bit more quality.
Nice line though again. I feel like that's his strength area across that backhand side. He takes his space quite a lot through the middle and just gets that hard low kill, so he traps you in front or then hits the line through. He'll be looking to try and get Rodriguez on the wrong side of him there and sort of hit the dying length. That's
Yeah, he was definitely starting to use his body a little bit against Khan when it got really tight. He sort of pulled out a bit of bag of tricks, and it worked.
Down. Hand out 2-1.
Those kind of positions again. It's sort of, he's popped the ball in short with no risk and then just followed up cross court. Just going to keep dragging you up, take you back, and then back across your body into the back corners. Yeah, again, same follow up. If you make the wrong decision, got quick hands through the middle, he's going to make you work in those positions. He's got the third fake already on the forehand volley as well.
A racket spin there as well.
And out 2-all.
These are the kind of areas he's going to need if he's going to get any change, Squeeze him a little bit up through the back end. Hopefully Rodriguez is a little bit sloppy with a bit of racket work there. I thought that was more just not getting in a great position, and he was just trying to pop it up the wall and made a bit of a, a racket error, which is unusual.
He tried to do a bit of a top spin, didn't he?
Place with his body at the moment while he's still moving like this, and he's obviously been higher up at 4 in the world, but he spent a lot of the time in and around where he is now, 13. It doesn't seem like he's off where he spent a lot of his career. He's playing as well as ever.
Yeah, I mean, those boundaries are just continually shifting, aren't they? There's still an expectation that players should retire. I think Jimbo's starting to get really irritated with people asking him when he's going to
it's always
retire.
like that, isn't it? You get to a certain point and people ask the question, don't
Yeah.
they? I'm more saying it as in his body still looks so good. It seems like he could carry on playing for quite a lot longer. He's way off now, isn't it? That's where he's good there. Auguste gets the line through. Again, Rodriguez defending. He's got to try and capitalise on these positions when he can.
He's been good so far. I mean, it's only 2-all in the first game, but certainly good early signs from Dussourd. He's willing to put the work in.
He's in good shape as well. He's going to be backing himself in a different way. He's not going to be as attritional, but he's very explosive into the front. He's a good athlete. He's shown he can play 90 minutes in these kind of conditions. So, he's going to be backing himself in his own way as well. As a lot of these French players do, don't they? They move very well. Very good single leg strength, it seems, into the front corners off either side. They can, they're very stable and leave the count. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they can leave those counters in well, can't they? Even when they're dragged up a long way up the court.
3-2.
Like I said, drastically different to what Rodriguez tries to do, but he seems to make it work in an efficient way as well, doesn't he?
good.
Yeah, that's good quality. That's the sort of finishing he's going to need to do, isn't it?
3-all.
He's going to have to take the chances and soften up there. I know he prefers playing the straight kills, but when he sort of, if he's going to get any change, he needs to be able to leave Rodriguez into that real front part of the court, doesn't he? I think there's quick kills. Rodriguez is just so quick moving across there. You're not going to stretch him out and sort of break down his movement patterns at all unless he's in that real front quarter, I find.
Oh, okay, so you feel like you need to take him as close to the front wall as possible.
Yeah, I feel like that's when you can get him really running through the ball, and then he can be turning and hitting out kind of thing, and then that's when the space opens up. Yeah. Whereas if you just put one-shot combinations together, a quick kill, and then he'll just hit out wide cross-court and it nullifies, I feel he's going to really have to put combinations together and soften up.
Most players have been using the kill a bit more on this court than softening.
Decision overruled.
Just because it's such a fast front wall.
There's got to be a stroke there as well, I think.
Okay.
I feel like there's been quite a few video reviews already, but they've been happy to overturn, it seems, as well, isn't it? They haven't just been sticking with the original referee's decision. Soaks those movements up so well. Augusta putting so much pressure on him there. Those are the chances there, you know, he's got the chance to lengthen the court out, I feel. It's a bit tough mentally for Dussourd at the moment because he's just putting good combinations together. He hurt him, he had him out positioned over and over again, and then ends up just giving one loose ball. Rodriguez to shut him out. It's going to be tough mentally for him. He's going to have to really put in for a long period of time if he really wants to sort of get any change in this sort of match.
Yeah, he did very little wrong in that rally. So I think that's one of the rallies where you've got to think, you know, if I can keep doing that, he's not going to keep winning them.
That's the difficulty, though, for a lot of players, is not deviating from that now. It's been hard, you've lost the point, but it was the right way of going about it.
Yeah.
Can you keep applying that pressure for 20 minutes? And that's what it's going to take if you're going to beat someone like Rodriguez.
Being very persistent with the straight play. Dussourd to good effect.
4-5.
Yeah, it's the mental test now, isn't it? 6-4 down.
That's what it's all about.
Played some really good squash. You want a little bit more reward for your efforts, don't you?
I did feel that was the right shot selection. It was maybe just, it's hard to know there that he likes to take that off his left leg. He likes to be very open stance there, but you could maybe say he could have got into a little bit of a better position there. But again, he's very strong from those positions and generally does pretty well. Nice, great finish there.
5-6. Down.
Just a couple of errors starting to creep in. Just having a little word with himself, a little frustration showing.
Definitely feel like he's going about it in the right way, though. That's the shot he has to, you know, it's on and he has to take it, doesn't he, I think?
I just lost the screen.
Seems to be quite a bit of confusion going on at the moment, doesn't it?
Ref just having a little bit of trouble with the technology.
7-5. We'll
7-5.
Sorry?
Play on.
Just need to have a pen and paper next to them just in case this happens. Go old school. Well, it is 7-5 to Rodriguez.
That's where he's so good here, Rodriguez, isn't it? He's just working the ball in short, back out. He's kept his error count pretty low, hasn't he, on those attacking balls, and you feel like it has done a bit of work to Augustin. But those soft drops, isn't it? That's where if you're going to stretch him out and he's going to run through into the back corner, forehand drop has to be clinical there and leave him a long way up.
Just suspend the play for a moment, please.
Frustrating for the players.
The tablet failed. Tablet failed.
Can I take water? Can I take water?
No. Stay on the board.
Dussourd's just been denied water. We're not playing on, but you can't have a drink.
It's not allowed off the court, I don't think.
Harsh.
This is probably what Dussourd needs, though. I think a couple of these breaks in play might just, he can put in another good phase here, I feel like. I'm not saying he's feeling it, but I feel like you feel like that toll is going to be taken mentally for him in patches during this match where Rodriguez is so comfortable.
Yeah.
If it can get broken up a little bit, it might, you know, you might be able to put in again for a little patch, nick a first game, and that could be pivotal in these kind of matches if you can just have a little break and then go again.
Yeah, exactly, because those rallies are going to accumulate, aren't they? They're doing everything right, really. I agree, tactically. Just whether he mentally is going to be able to be persistent enough with it.
You know, Rodriguez is going to be so comfortable in these situations.
Scoring on paper. 6-7, Dussourd to serve.
Well, we are back. 6-7, make that 8-6.
That's clever.
Very
I
clever.
like that.
Yeah.
Good in those situations, hasn't he? He hasn't been massively attacking. He hasn't done that once in the whole game so far. Very attritional. Played everything with margin, and then he's given half a chance with a little breaker play.
Exactly, so streetwise.
Yeah, it's clever. That's the strength area there, isn't it? That backhand mid-court gets the line through and then follows up with the straight drop.
Rodriguez trying to break the patterns, disrupt the rhythm. We're just trying to attempt Dussourd into doing something silly. He's stuck to his guns so far this game.
Seems really happy to wait for his chances here, doesn't he? Almost placing it onto the front wall, letting him attack. And he more just asks the question, doesn't he? He's happy to put the ball through the middle and see what you do off it. Feed off it a little bit, wait for you to have a loose ball, and then he'll do something attacking. He's almost happy to let you initiate something.
Yeah, it's almost like, go on then, hit a winner.
And if it's slightly off, he'll come in and do something different.
And that, you know, that ploy is going to be that bit more successful on a court like this. Slightly deader glass court against certain opponents. You're not going to get away with that because they will put the ball away.
Yeah, if you're playing this match in Qatar, it might be quite different, but especially against the top players, you know, you give them those balls to run onto and they will hit winners more often than not. They might miss a few, but 8-9 times out of 10 they're just going to put those positions away. But again, in these court conditions with altitude, it's a different game.
Well, I wasn't expecting that. As you said, Joel, very few. Oh, it's a broken string.
Yeah, unless
there
the strings are gone.
That explains it.
Were we missing that for most of it? Is that why he was placing the ball onto the front wall
Oh,
for large
yes,
patches
he
of that?
was just sort of patting
we were
it,
thinking he was
passing it up.
a bit of a different tactic, but that might have been why.
A joke with the crowd. That's how relaxed he is. That's not the score. 7-8.
those positions there. He can't catch sidewall when he's trying to take that kill on. It's not going to be good enough against Rodriguez. Has to get that ball running in on the sidewall if he's going to get any sort of flip-ups. Anything hitting front wall, sidewall, Rodriguez can run onto. Absolutely no problem, and he'll do it for 2 hours.
Neither player wanting to give an inch. Back end of this first game.
That's what he's got to do here, take on that straight drop.
Oh!
That's a great finish as well.
It's a lovely forehand drop to set up. A fan shot.
It's those combinations he has to do. He's just not going to find space otherwise.
Eight all. Well, he's trailed all the way through this first game and just edges his nose in front for the first time.
There's been a few unusual errors though, hasn't there? You wouldn't expect those kind of tin mistakes. He likes those difficult positions. He's got good hands. He adjusts well. The ball came through the middle and it was on really. But tight lines. These are the balls he's got to work in.
Oh.
And the great shot he's got. I feel like he's doing the right things here though, especially in the late stages. This is difficult. Balls flying, Rodriguez isn't taking much risk. He's trying to put the right balls in short, I feel. Actually wasn't sure if that went down.
Oh. Well, we can't check the balls on the tin, unfortunately. I mean, I didn't see it really, but Dussourd's reaction was, he seemed so convinced. That's, ooh.
9-8.
I actually thought that looked good then when I watched it back.
I'm not sure.
He's come right over the top of it, hasn't he?
Sometimes the replay just confuses it even more. He's put in an unbelievable spell here. The shot selection's been very, very disciplined.
Yeah, definitely. It's how he has to play, I think. I feel like he's also straightened up through the back end. Rodriguez constantly wants cross courts going in and balls he wants space around the ball. He likes to move the ball, even if it's just with cross courts into space. But I feel that's another great squeeze, isn't it? It's that backhand line. If he's getting that straight line through and he's difficult through the middle, that's when he's playing his best squash.
Left box, please.
Well, it's earned him 2 game balls.
Game ball.
I actually thought that was 2 again. Rodriguez has looked completely out the back.
Stroke transition. I saw it as good. I saw it as good.
Well, he has the right to appeal the pickup.
I saw it as good.
No, hold on. He can appeal the pickup.
Okay, we'll see if we can get a video review on the okay. Mr. Dussourd, please go back to the court. We're going to get a video review on the pickup.
Yeah, massive double. I thought it was.
That's
a shocker, isn't it?
That's why he was so quick to get off court there. Recognised that the ref was getting a bit confused with the rules.
Not good.
That's where the video review is so important, isn't it? I mean, it was just so clearly a double bounce. There's no question about it. And that can be pivotal for the entire match, decisions like that. It just tidies the play up, doesn't it? If you can see a ball clipping out a court line or see a double bounce, it just tidies up the player's frustration sometimes.
Lifeline for Rodriguez. Still game ball, Dussourd though. Dussourd hits the tin on that backhand side that's been so solid. We're going into a tie break in this monumental first game.
He's getting towards 35 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
Going just over the half-hour mark in this first game.
Decent shot out there, but Sway Rodriguez is good again. He just got the line as well. He got the flip up and then he got such a good line.
Dussourd on the no-let decision.
Yeah, nowhere near. Is that? Oh, yeah, dodgy movement there.
Dussourd has 3 reviews remaining. 11-10, game ball.
That was a very naughty movement by Rodriguez. Not picked up by the referee. You saw it immediately, Joel.
Yeah, it's just so hard to open up space. I mean, that's just such a common area for it as well, forehand mid-court. He did well to get the opportunity. I think in that situation, he hit such a good line, he didn't need to do it. It probably would have been a winner anyway.
Well, you'd run the risk of the referee seeing it and stroke going against you.
In World Series it's risky now. They are getting more astute onto that, aren't they, I think.
Game ball, Rodriguez.
Down.
Come on! What are you doing?
I didn't see that. I'm not sure what happened there.
Yeah, top of the tin on the forehand volley, I think.
Well, this will really test.
Replay of that,
yeah, from the back angle. But you can see there, Dussourd not happy, and this will test his mental fortitude, having had those game balls as well. Rodriguez takes that first game, controversial end.
Yeah, those patches are really good stuff in there. I feel like Dussourd played the right tactic, and well, I think he thought he won the game, came off court and then called back on when the ball was down. But Rodriguez does what he does best, doesn't he? It's a 35-minute first game. He's managed to nick it. He's played into space well. He's limited error counts, and he's caused problems for Dussourd here.
Here we go, Joel. Do you think that was match deciding potentially?
It's hard to say, isn't it? I'd like to see Dussourd put in now. Yeah, these are the kind of things that happen in professional sport, aren't they? These are tight situations, go against you, 35-minute first game. It's like if he wants to be in amongst it now, in amongst the top players and get up there, these are the kind of situations where you have to find a way to win, and that can be incredibly frustrating. You can feel like like we just said, you could be an hour and a half away from going home here, but he's going to have to put in over a long period of time if he wants to get some change.
Yeah, you're right, and that's sort of what separates the really top players from that group, that chasing group, is that it's often more mental than anything else.
And Rodriguez knows that as well as anyone, because he's been in these matches over the years and he knows how hard it is to get across the line in these kind of situations. So he's going to be loving a quick, was that a winner? Loving a quick 2-0 start anyway.
Yeah, and would we be having this conversation if he'd lost the first game?
Yeah, exactly. Roles were reversed. You'd have to say you'd be betting on Rodriguez putting in for a sustained period of time, because he's going to be thinking he's hurt. Even though he's lost the first game, he'd be thinking he'd hurt Dussourd.
Yeah.
Whereas if the roles are reversed, I don't want to call it too early, but it looks like that might be the case the other way around. That's quality though. It's on that backhand side, isn't it? Running it in tight. That's definitely his best area, where he needs to try and force most of the play to be over that side. If he's on the forehand side, use height, get across, hit wide, at least try and get play to be initiated there, because that seems where he's most comfortable. Same again there.
3-2.
The squeeze coming from Rodriguez that time. It's a great shot.
4-3.
these sort of matches again, though, just show the depth on the tour at the moment. I feel like he's outside 30 here. Cardenas is coming through against Nicky Muller, who's having the best patch of his career, up at 13 in the world. And these matches are competitive. It would be hard to bet against Cardenas there, and you know, you have to feel like if Dussourd puts the match together like he can do, this is a match he can win as well. So.
Yeah. Absolutely, which is great.
Yeah, there's a lot of guys looking dangerous even at 30 in the world. Push from a few of the young French players are coming through, aren't they? There's a group of them, 5 or 6, all around, you know, between 35 and 20 in the world.
Yeah.
All training together, working hard, looking to push up a little bit.
Yeah, they seem to do that well, sort of work together rather than against each other. The
Yeah,
French.
definitely. I'm sure there's a few rivalries in there, as there always is, but yeah, they're all based in the same area, and they push each other. Yeah, I think that's what you need a little bit. Rodriguez doing the complete opposite. I imagine when he is actually home, there's not really anyone anywhere near his level, is there?
No, that's true. I guess he's maybe done periods of that, and he's so experienced now that he just doesn't need it maybe as much.
I like that combination again.
Oh, that was a nice straight lift. Nearly found that dead spot as well.
You have to stick with this though. He is putting pressure on. You have to accept it's not going to come quickly. The score might not change for a period of time. Yeah, you do get that cheap error. It's just whether he's willing to go through this process. It's going to be boring. The straight drops are going to have to go in. You're going to have to keep taking that risk and follow up. And it might be half an hour before there's any sort of 1-all, or you're looking like there's a drop off.
Maybe having another look at that, I think. Rodriguez loses this rally. Well, Dussourd calling that one down. Let's have a look. Oh, I didn't see any daylight there, did you?
I actually couldn't see if it was good there.
Neither one of us could see the ball properly.
Sold it well with the body position.
I think we're going to get a let here.
It was a let ball, but you know, neither one of us could see it. Okay?
I actually didn't see that go up at all.
Video referee, he couldn't see it. I couldn't see it. You appealing? There's no need for him.
The ball is good on the team.
6-4.
Well, the ref said we can't see it, but he's awarding Rodriguez the point.
Did they play a let on that, or was that?
No, I don't think so.
They give him the point.
I think they've given Rodriguez the point there.
Yeah.
Hand out. 5-6.
He's showing good resilience, though, isn't he?
Yeah, definitely.
So
It's what he needs to do. Quick kills are going in well. It's sort of a bit of a French style they do, don't they? Strong lateral movement, open stance, short backswing, and they could just get those kills running in well, can't they?
uses the rebound off the back wall. He does that a lot off the side walls as well. Push himself back into the middle of the court.
There's always things going on, isn't there? Even if there's just a fake and not doing anything different with the ball, he's shaped like there straight away, shaped up and just hit another drive off the back wall, but he does it in his own way, doesn't he?
Stroke to Rodriguez. Stroke. Video appeal.
Oh, what do you think of that one?
Referee appeal. Dussourd on the stroke decision.
Well, let's have another look.
This is where it starts to get difficult, because if you give a no-let in the first game, rewarding the shutout and the line, then you're encouraging Dussourd to do this now. I actually don't mind a stroke in that position. I don't think the line's good enough, and he hasn't cleared and he hasn't hit a good enough line.
Yeah, it's not quite enough depth on it, so that there's no line behind. I mean, I find this angle really deceptive because it narrows the court so much.
Stroke, decision upheld. Dussourd has 2 reviews remaining. 8-5.
Very helpful to Rodriguez's cause. 8-5 now.
Do you feel he could be doing a bit more from those positions when he's getting the flip-ups? He's getting those opportunities like these ones here. Does he have to be a bit more clinical and try and soften up and at least leave it short?
I feel like they're going in quite well.
Video referee review, Dussourd on the stroke decision.
Rodriguez absolutely delighted with the referee. I mean, that's closer to a no-let.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of these kind of situations. He's hit a pretty good shot. It's ran tight. I don't feel like there's been much intent.
No, he's pushing forward into the player. No intention to go towards the ball there. I've seen that given as a no-let on many, many occasions.
Dussourd has 2 reviews
you know, at the bigger tournaments.
8-5, yes, lad.
Rodriguez has also come from a deep tee position, and he's then come sort of on a position down the wall, so it doesn't really look like he's going to be coming on the left of Dussourd there anyway, in my opinion, like he's just done there. I don't feel like that's a situation you can get a stroke out of.
Out. 6-8.
Do you think Dussourd maybe needs to just throw in the little variation on the odd occasion, because it gets a bit predictable and that puts that extra pressure on the quality of the shot as well?
Definitely. I think he knows he needs to attack straight. That's obvious, isn't it, with the tactic he's been playing. I think he either does need to leave it in shorter and softer if he can, or switch with a quick cut across, or maybe variations in body position. He gets in a very same position every time, especially when he's moving into the front corners. Could he go in and threaten, exaggerate his preparation a little bit, and at least get Rodriguez break up that rhythmical movement? Because what he does is he motors onto the ball so well, doesn't he, with his feet. He's got that quick adjustment. I think what the real top guys do would be to go in there with a lot of threat and then be able to decelerate on the ball to create, at least create a gap.
Yeah.
Whereas these are good working straight drops, and they're running in tight, but they're not massively deceptive, and it's not creating much space.
7-8.
Two errors in a row, though. You wouldn't have called that when he was 8-5 up and messy decisions. You would have thought that was when he was going to pull away.
It was called.
Are you appealing? Yes. Video referee appeal on the not up decision on the front.
We're running out of appeals soon, you would have thought.
I wasn't sure if he got it initially, but I did think that was a heavier movement. It was definitely he looked like he was struggling to get up there, didn't he? First sort of signs coming through that he's feeling it a little bit.
I got it.
It looked like he got it, yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, it's good. Definitely got underneath that. And Rodriguez going for the double shot to finish the point. Straight drop in the middle of the court.
Pickup is good. Pickup was good.
A little bit easier to find on a 13-inch tin, I think.
Decision overruled. Dussourd has 2 reviews remaining. 7-8. Left box.
Oh, that is very fortunate.
8-all.
Looked like he was going to go out on the back wall there and then just suddenly dropped in, caught that
Yeah,
massive nick. I mean,
exactly.
don't think he was anywhere near catching a nick there.
Well, back to 8-all. 8-5 lead Rodriguez has gone.
We were questioning Dussourd earlier on in the game, but he's put in well, hasn't he? Stayed solid mentally even when there was a few messy decisions, wasn't there?
Oh, absolutely. But this
He's
is
put
it
in 'cause
now,
he's
isn't it?
8-5 down.
This is crunch time. 2-love down. That's going to be a big, big ask.
He loves that fake from there.
Yes, left.
Similar to that previous situation.
Are you appealing? Yeah. Dussourd is appealing? Yeah, I'm appealing. Yeah, review, please.
Well, we have to look at the pickup first, I think.
Dussourd appeal on the yes-let decision.
Rodriguez is appealing an earlier pickup, which we need to look at first. He put his hand up during the rally. I can't remember where it was now, though. Is it back right?
Yeah, it was forehand back corner.
Mr. Rodriguez, are you appealing the pickup in the back?
The ball sort of caught the nick in the back right.
Yes, he is.
I did think he got underneath it.
Mr.
Just then ended
Rodriguez,
up.
which pickup? Right front? Yeah, right front.
I think it was back right. I think Rodriguez can't remember where it was either. That's the one. Yeah.
No, he's gone underneath that, I think.
Yeah, it was just awkward. Yeah, he got it.
He did well, actually.
Easily. Yeah, it's up, easily up.
Pickup was good. Rodriguez has 3 reviews remaining.
No, 2. It's 2 pickups already. It's 2 pickups wrong. He got 2 pickups.
Yeah, so we're doing your review now, Mr. Dussourd, on the yes-let decision.
Dussourd is saying that Rodriguez should only have 2 reviews remaining because he's lost them both on pickups. So let's have a look at this decision now.
This is where it starts to get difficult because they did reward Rodriguez for shutting him out like in this kind of situation to win the first game.
Yeah.
So I can feel the frustration here if they're given a let. It's probably more of a kill on that situation as well. Maybe Rodriguez should have come in front.
Yes, let, decision upheld. Dussourd has 1 review remaining.
Well,
Okay,
tension
Mr.
mounting
Dussourd,
again.
Watch your space. Don't take your opponent's space.
Here you don't ask to watch the space. It's the same movement.
Please don't argue.
There we go. That's exactly what
All
you
the
said.
problems being caused by the same. That is the issue, isn't it? It seems harsh at the time, but maybe if you stroke that situation, that is an unbelievable shot from there.
It's 4 points on the bounce now.
9-8.
was a very nice squeeze.
9-all.
So he got him with a head flick there.
He did.
Stroke to Rodriguez.
Just sprayed it out.
10-9 game ball.
Not much intent to play, but it is the right decision. He's in his swing.
Game ball,
That's the one you're going
Rodriguez.
to take in the situation.
Yeah. Oh.
That's a great finish, isn't it?
Finds another winner on that backhand side.
10-all.
Certainly backing himself to hit that, isn't he? He keeps going for it and he's done well. It's been his best area, definitely.
He's kept the error count low, very low.
Good time towel break as well. Putting it together well. That was down.
Yeah.
11-10 game ball.
Goes for the very conventional reverse angle off the back wall. Game ball, Dussourd.
That's a great finish
beautiful.
as well.
12-10 game Dussourd. 1 game ball.
Took his chances there. You can't fault the way he went about it.
Absolutely outstanding. So Dussourd taking that second game in the tiebreak, 12-10, and we are all square at 1-all.
Yeah, he pushed hard there. Augusti he hung in when he needed to. The tactics were generally right. I thought the error count might have been a little bit too high early on in the game, but he put some great finishes together. Backhand kills were going in. You know, the error count kept low in that area. Did it again there. I'll be interested to see how much this will hurt him, though. I mean, Rodriguez, we know, can do this all day. You know, at this kind of pace, going on probably 50 minutes into the match now, 1-all. Be interesting to see. I was impressed with his mentality there. That was hard to come back from that first game. He would have been very disappointed, and he pushed hard mentally and still went about it in the right way. It would have been easy to go speculative in his tactic there, try and open up too much space, when what he was doing the first game was largely right. He just needed to soften up on a few chances and capitalise on a few things a little bit better. It wasn't far off being right the first game either.
Yeah, I think Rodriguez would have expected him to break a little bit, and he hasn't at all. But Rodriguez had managed to sneak that first game ball. 2-love down, playing so well is difficult proposition, but he's right in this now. Will strengthen that resolve to stick with the game plan. He's got some reward for his efforts.
I was surprised by some, we know Rodriguez does a lot of different things with the ball and threatens a lot of options, different body positions, but when he's playing his best, he is normally fairly attritional. It might not be conventional, but I feel like he hits good lines, takes the straight drop in with a lot of margin. I was surprised to see him go reverse angle off the back wall and then a quick error, open the court out for, August to capitalise, and he did take his chances.
I think that's maybe a sign that he's starting to feel it physically more than, you're not going to notice that immediately in his movement.
Can I get the audience to be seated, please? Level.
There we go. I mean, it's been neck and neck, high intensity all the way through so far. Will we see one player pull away at some point? You often see that certainly after two very close, intense games.
Yeah, I don't know if the ball drops off as much in these kind of conditions, but if it did soften up, I think Dussourd could put combinations together, and that's where you can stretch out the court, make the court a little bit bigger. While it's this lively, it's so hard to put points together. I think if it softens up a bit towards the back end of this game, he might be able to get a bit of a lead, and then mentally, if he gets sort of 7-4 up in this game, can he, he's suddenly not as far away as he was 1-love down and 50 minutes into a match.
All.
Holding up well physically so far, Dussourd. There's been a few little breaks with discussions with the referees and decisions, and obviously problems with the scoreboard, but there hasn't really been much of a let-up in the intensity of the rallies.
There's been a few discussions about decisions, but I think largely it's been free-flowing. When there has been issues, there seems like there's been long discussions about them, but I wouldn't say it's been full of lets, really. They're both getting around each other.
Let's hope it stays that way.
Down. 2-1.
It's going to be really tough for the last match going on as well. I know they're probably going to be starting. This could easily be another hour, potentially.
It's going to be a late night for you as well, Joel. You're starting to regret this
I know,
decision.
yeah.
We'll bring in a sub.
I'm going to need to start doing the earlier matches, I think. That's one of the things that makes, squash such a tough sport. You've got Nicky could be starting his match at 11 p.m. tonight.
Yep.
And you're expected to back up day after day. These guys could be playing for 100 minutes and then back on court, under 24 hours.
Yeah.
It is unusual in that element. There's not many other sports that would be expected to, dig in this deep day after day after day through a tournament.
Yeah.
Those rest days do keep the quality of the squash up, I feel. And if you go slightly down to a 50k, these kind of tournaments, when people are playing 4 matches in a day, it can really add up.
Yeah.
You do have to be so careful to get off the earlier rounds as quick as you can, really, otherwise it does add up. You can spend 8 hours on court over a weekend.
Yeah, I mean, and all of the bigger tournaments used to be like that as well. It's only in the last years, sort of modern era, where you get more rest days now in the bigger events because there's so much more glass court play.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a good thing. Just
you need them in the right time.
It's just so hard. You can be you can train as well as you want, and you can look after everything perfectly. But if you want these semi-finals and later stages to still be at the same quality, I feel like just giving a player 48 hours to come back and be able to do it again. Especially some of the tournaments in Egypt, you're playing at heat, it can be 12 p.m. at night, and then your match could be earlier in the day the next day. Not much time to sleep and get food in, get any recovery in.
Stroke to Rodriguez.
These are the sort of situations he doesn't need to do things like that. I know he feels the rallies are going on, he's had him under pressure and he's not getting the end result, but I know it's boring, but the court conditions aren't allowing you to do much more than that. He might not have I know he's shown he can do that at times, but that's such a high risk shot. The margin's low. The odds of him hitting that over the course of a 2-hour match is unlikely. I just stick to try and soften up that straight drop. He's created the space, put it in short, or maybe threaten something else. A little bit lower risk, I think.
There's a couple of errors already from Dussourd at the start of this third. And again, this is what we thought might happen. Looks like Rodriguez is the one to take advantage.
Those are the combinations, aren't they? Really squeeze that straight drop. Yeah, I feel the angle's so important on this court. If you can get those ones where he's hitting floor first into sidewall, it has to be like that. That can be as important as the height of the drop shot. Leaving it short, but also making sure you're gripping that ball to the sidewall. Otherwise, you're not going to get any flip up or loose ball from Rodriguez. Put that together well. Rodriguez tried to go through the middle. He adjusted well and just hit into space.
You can almost see it coming, can't you?
Seems like the only way there's going to be a quick winner at the moment.
Yeah.
Both gone very attritional and hitting around the back. Such crucial phases these in matches. Can't afford to have lose a quick lead here and end up giving a cheap error, trying to be proactive but at the wrong time, and you end up being 6-3, 7-3 down quickly, and suddenly then you're having to change tactics or force it, and someone else has got a bit of confidence.
Rodriguez was threatening to pull away, but Dussourd
5-3.
put in a good spell there, and just another error, another unforced error.
Sort of like you were saying here for August, it's like, does he need to try and vary the play a little bit more? I'm not saying deviate massively, but could he step across and play a 2-wall boast, or at least threaten and mix up the patterns a little bit? Because I can see what he's trying to do. He's putting good combinations together, but it might not be enough to create that bit of space. Rodriguez isn't doing loads with the ball. Could he put in the odd 2-wall boast and try and feed off that a little bit? Whereas at the moment the patterns have become a little bit straight lines, cross-court deep out of the front, lifting out of pressure, counter drop. I guess the next level up from this is taking the chances, being proactive through the middle, and like a few of the top guys do really well at the moment, it's those pressure working boasts, isn't it? They're happy to move the boast around and follow up.
We'll do that.
And out. 4-5.
Definitely feel like he's getting into him a little bit. I wouldn't have expected him to do it in the way he has, but credit to him here. He's following up well. Straight drops are going in. He's breaking up Rodriguez's movements. That's that two-footed movement into the front forehand that then set up that backhand. He's happy to go quick and take it early.
Yeah, he hasn't really veered from that at all, has he, all match? He's sticking to it.
We were questioning him early on in the second game, but he's 45 minutes later, he's still 1-all, 5-all.
Yes, let.
Ball's hit him there as well. Ball hit Rodriguez before the second bounce.
When you asked for the left.
That has to be a stroke.
Yeah.
He's got to review that.
Are you asking for a review?
There was still plenty of life in the ball as
asking
well.
for a review?
He hadn't waited
You
too
saw it
long.
on the yes,
He was looking for him, but he can wait as long as he wants there. And before the second bounce, it hit him. So
Exactly.
that has to be a stroke.
Yeah, just The ball's still live and it's hit him.
I don't see how that can be anything else.
Stroke, decision overruled. Dussourd has 2 reviews remaining. 1 review remaining. 6-5. Right box. Out. 6-all. Muller. Hand out. Seven-six.
And on it goes. It's been absolutely relentless. Not an inch given.
Sometimes easy to be critical here about players being a bit more proactive, but you have to give them credit. This has been, you know, potentially 70 minutes into a match here. Free flowing, not many errors, fast pace, at altitude, difficult court conditions. It's been pretty impressive, even if it's not been massively attacking at times.
Yeah, but the part of that is the court.
They're playing to the conditions.
Yeah, it's been brilliant.
Down. Hand out. 7-all.
Lost a little bit of the track of the match time when the system went down earlier on in that first game, but by our calculations we're going on for about 75 minutes now.
Yeah, with little deviation from either of them in terms of the way they're trying to go about it. It's very impressive. Hard to sometimes recognise just the pace that you know, the pro game's at sometimes. Even the players at 30-40 in the world, conditioned to a high level, can play for 75 minutes, 90 minutes. Another good finish. That's our backhand mid-court.
Hand out.
He's had the odd error, but there's been no sort of little run of errors. He's followed it up with some really good winners again, straight. Not deceptive, not much hold going on, but just high quality. Oh, second one.
Yeah, hard to tell though, isn't it?
Rodriguez is putting his hand up for everything, but
Why you give strong this time? Why you don't give left like me? Say the score, say the score. Stay. I don't hear the score.
Seem to have lost the sound from the ref. Mic's not working. It's 8-all.
Neither player being able to pull away from each other here, really. It's been point for point for a long time. Even in the first and second game, wasn't it? Two tie breaks. Constant pressure from Dussourd here.
Yeah, he's just trying to use that little bit of variety, but it hasn't really worked out for him when he has done it.
9-8.
Most of the winners, if not all, have come from the straight balls, haven't they?
Yeah, it's hard because those are the variations in play he needs to sell the straight drop, doesn't it? Even if he's using the straight drop 8 times out of 10, you still need to have the switches in play, the trickles, the cuts across, so that it doesn't become quite as predictable. The problem is he's been running the straight ball in really well, and it's the variations that have sort of let him down, haven't they?
Yeah, maybe that wasn't quite the right option. Couldn't get that one. So all of a sudden, Rodriguez opens up the gap. 2 game balls.
Rodriguez substantially more attritional than he has been at patches in this match.
Yes, let. 10-all.
He's happy to avoid too much risk now. I feel like the back end of the second game he took a few chances and he didn't capitalise, and now he's sort of being a lot more cagey with his shot selection.
Yeah, he made a couple of errors, didn't he? He was up. He was up in that second. Not made it.
11-8, game to Rodriguez.
Just came down steeply on that last shot. Clever shot. So another huge game, 23 minutes. Rodriguez takes it 11-8 and leads by 2 games to 1. It's gone significantly over that 57 minutes. We're looking at about 80, I think.
Yeah, it's been very attritional. Quality stayed high though. It's, they both tried to take in straight attacks and open up some space. They went point for point through the majority of that game. Rodriguez doing well actually in the back stages to pull away from 8-all to 11-8. Another 25-minute game though. 85 minutes of play now and 2-1 up. So this is, it's been very impressive for both players. This is tough physical squash. It's been free flowing. Yeah, it's been impressive.
Rodriguez to serve. Love all. Out. Hand out. 1 out.
Here we go.
Hand out. 1 all.
Slightly shorter rallies at the start of this fourth, at least.
Yeah, I don't know if they're both trying to be a bit more attacking or if the ball's actually softened up a little bit.
Surely we can't get another 25-minute game.
Pretty impressive. It's 110 minutes, 3-1.
Hand out. 2-1.
Couple of good finishes coming together, isn't it? 3-1 up in this game. Couple of softer drops.
Yeah,
I think the ball might have dropped off a little bit.
Definitely slightly slower ball, and the same shot suddenly not coming back. That would have definitely been coming back in the first game. That came very strangely off the racket. Dropped awkwardly.
2-3.
Definitely trying to straighten up a bit more, isn't he? Backhand line going in, followed up with a backhand drop and then hitting straight out the front forehand. That's what he has to do, it's just going to take a long time. I think that could have been an opportunity for a sort of a double drop. I feel like if he gets him moving back out the ball and then he's following up quickly into the front, he's doing this singular attacks, straight drop goes in, he gets the flip up, then he hits deep again, but Rodriguez is already tracking back in that direction.
Yeah.
If you could come in, threaten a little bit with his preparation and then double drop, it's difficult, and
I know, that's
being critical 90 minutes in,
well,
but
yeah,
that's what he needs to do.
That's the job you're here for, Joel. That's why we brought you in. But yeah, I agree. I think that's the only thing that he could improve on is it's just a little bit predictable, which puts that extra pressure on the quality of the shot. I don't feel like he hasn't held Rodriguez's movement at any stage really.
Even some of them off the back wall would be, you know, even just threaten a few options, threaten the post and hitting through straight. I feel it could just break up a little bit of space when the ball's when the ball's this lively and there's not much, you've just got to try and sell some other options. I feel like even if it's not massively severe, you could just threaten a few things off the back wall and you know, threaten a long drop and then hit straight. At least get Rodriguez moving forward before moving back once or twice.
Yeah, or like throw in a 2-wall boast. He doesn't really hit that at all, Dussourd, does he?
He's barely played it. Yeah, it's been the straight attacks and the cuts across really. Yeah, and this is very good squash, very hard to break down, isn't it? It's around that 30-25 level, which is a tough, very high level, and he's on the way up.
Yes, lad.
That's probably the next stage for him, isn't it? Those subtleties. Can he threaten a bit more in the front corners and then be severe?
This is his base.
Whereas this is his base game, isn't it? Which is very solid, but can he add a little 2-wall boast, a little hold? That's where the sport's so difficult, isn't it? You can train for years within the parameters you've got with your squash. You've got a very good template here, isn't it? But you need to have the physicality as well as the mindset to be able to go through a 100-minute match here, as well as threatening options and working out as the match goes on. He then has to adapt and change.
So true.
Right, the straight attacks have been good, but not quite good enough. Does he need the boast now? Does he need to threaten a little bit more? Is there a bit more hold? There's got to be so many layers to, you know, the very top of the game.
I mean, it's the only way to sort of counteract someone with the speed of Rodriguez is to stop and start the movement. It's a really big part of the game now.
Stroke to Dussourd.
Yeah, too loose.
And out.
Normally adapts really well in those situations, doesn't he? He's normally so good through the middle, and just when those unorthodox positions come up, he's normally happy to hit off his feet and do something difficult, hitting it back to himself there.
Down, hand out. 5-4.
Not sure he's with him, Dussourd, but he's certainly having a few conversations through through the match.
To himself in the glass.
There's some tough exchanges at this point in the match.
Absolutely
good
brutal.
straight drops going in, covering well. Hasn't been any decision so far this game, just another 15 minutes of hard squash at this point.
Yeah, the only difference, they're still coming back, the only difference is a little bit of a grunt now when he's when he's getting them.
He's still getting it back, but you can hear it now.
6-4. Yes, lad.
A lot of space there.
Yes, lad.
I don't mind a let being given there because I don't feel like they've been looking for it too much, and there's not been too many stoppages. I think it's a little bit cheap, and if that was happening a lot, no let, definitely.
It's just it's risky, isn't it? But yeah, they haven't really been given the no lets in those situations.
That's sort of like the feel from the referee, where it's not been too much of an issue. Do you need to punish one player now when generally everyone's been fine and not causing any issues? A lot more exchanges into the front now.
God. Thought he was going to ask
These
for
are
that.
tough movements.
Oh, that's outrageous. Outrageous.
That's a big push at this stage. Got to be tough for Dussourd to take that. Put so many good points together there, over and over and over again. The ball came back.
Right box, please.
A little bit of daylight on the scoreboard.
First time in the match, really.
Stroke to Rodriguez. (8-4). Let's get back to our service box, please. Mr. Dussourd. Let's play on.
A little bit unnecessary, I'd say, 100 minutes in.
Play on.
Problem is, this always just extends the rest.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. There hasn't been one breaker play in this game.
No.
He is allowed one towel box if they're not allowed to wipe their hands in, I think. He's obviously delaying, but yeah.
Yeah, just a little bit of common sense.
Yeah,
in
I
those
feel like that.
situations. So 8-4. Rodriguez in a really good position now. Ah, that is again, I mean, we've seen that happen a few times.
Yeah, there's been one or two of those. You just wouldn't expect it from him.
5-8.
Especially those ones that aren't even making the front wall in that kind of way.
Especially after Dussourd needing the break. He was pulling up on his leg a little bit, showing signs that he'd had enough of this.
And out. 9-5.
Squeezed him well here, though. He's forced a couple of strokes. I don't know if that was necessarily a sloppy error. It was more just a good shot from Rodriguez. He has created that gap, hasn't he, in this game? Hasn't seemed like loads has changed, but that's what he does well, isn't it? Just putting the ball into good areas, running the straight dropping well, and he just opens up a bit of a gap here.
Yeah, it's very tough to see a way through or a way back now for Dussourd.
Been impressed with the way he's stuck in, though. There's been some parts of the match that you could easily say have been frustrating for him.
I mean, we mentioned it after the first game.
Yeah, yeah.
And you know, you talked about how long it was going to take, and he put in a good hour after that.
Yeah, definitely. And whether his squash has been good enough is a different thing, but he's certainly put in mentally. You can't question that. It's been hard, and especially 9-5 down now. It's, you know, you want to see a player put in, even if he's on the wrong end of it, and not go cheap. Keep trying to persevere with the way he's playing.
Yeah, he's still going.
Make Rodriguez win this, you know.
Oh, he's cramping.
Yeah.
He's cramping.
Are you okay, Mr. Dussourd?
Ouch.
Couldn't land on that leg there, could he?
10-5 match ball.
5 match balls for Miguel Rodriguez.
Rodriguez seems to be enjoying this more and more, doesn't he?
Oh,
How many
yeah,
times have we
now.
seen this from him?
There it is.
Yeah, it's impressive.
What a fantastic match.
2 games to 1.
In
10,
the late
12,
shift.
12, 10,
Appreciated
11,
by this crowd.
11-5.
Ignore that match time. It was much longer than that. Miguel Rodriguez coming through in 4 games. Must be quite close to the 100-minute mark, I would have thought. Dussourd played a big part. Huge effort from the Frenchman. Really showed that he's here to stay.
Yeah, he went about that match in the right way. The mentality was very solid. It was impressive. How many times have we seen this from Rodriguez, though? I mean, the matches can not look great, and he's playing someone low ranked, 30 in the world. You sort of can't see where he's going to pull away. It doesn't look like he's creating that much of a space, and then 4th game's gone quickly, and he's won 11-5, and he's just pulled through another
Well,
one of these
Miguel,
matches.
that was a long one. I don't really know what to say. You talk about it for a minute. We'll keep you on here for a little bit longer.
Yeah, another battle with August. I know he's playing really good this season. I know he put me in so much pressure, and all the credit to him because he was playing really good today, you know, in altitude in this bouncy court. And he had a great strategy with me. And yeah, I had to push and dig in, you know, to get those points, especially in the first game. Second game was very crucial as well. But yeah, I kept believing in myself, just doing the right things. A little bit of, you know, my experience maybe was the key to success today.
Well, I mean, you know, you've been going at this for a while now. Like, how do you keep the motivation to keep training and, you know, getting up in the morning, putting the work in? How do you do it?
Thank you to all the crowd and my fans. Yeah, I think that's the reason, you know, the main reason to keep playing, you know, because I motivate a lot of people, young kids, you know, different generations. With 37 years old, I'm still playing and enjoying my game. And when I saw this tournament on the calendar, I wanted to come back because I came like 12, 13 years ago to play. They were at the Bankers Hall 10K event. And now I'm just trying to, you know, to come back to those kind of nice tournaments that I had good memories. And I knew that it's a little bit of altitude here. And yeah, I think I have a little bit of an advantage for the players, with the players. And yeah, I'm so happy to win today, to make another semi-final in this 2023 for me.
Well, I think I can speak on behalf of everyone that we're glad you came back. Let's hear it for Miguel.
How many times have we seen that? 101 minutes, 3-1 at altitude. Rodriguez seems to have managed to pull away in the fourth game. Dussourd only really started dropping off towards the back end. I was impressed with his mentality and his physicality. He was solid all the way through, you know. It's easy to say parts of the match could have been more attacking, but there's still so many impressive elements to that. Physicality was unbelievable all the way through from both players. 100 minutes before you saw a physical drop off from either of them. And yeah, both stuck to the way they were playing. August pushed to the end, even though he was clearly cramping up towards the end.
Fantastic quarter-final, but it is Rodriguez that moves through, where he will meet Victor Crouin in that semi-final. One more match to go. Thank you very much for your insights, Joel. It was a long stint you put in there.
Yeah. Slightly longer than I was expecting, but yeah.
Let
Thanks
you
for
recover
that.
now and get ready for tomorrow. One more match to go. Nicholas Muller, number 3 seed, up against Lionel Cardenas. And that's coming up in just a few minutes' time. here we go. Well into the late shift now. Last match, last quarter-final coming up. Swiss rocket Nicky Muller, number 3 seed, taking on the Mexican Leonel Cardenas. Cardenas currently sat at 31 in the world, just 4 off his highest ranking, just 23 years old. Player on the rise. 12 titles so far, had a really good win in his match last night against Rafael Candra. Very experienced German player. That was a big win for the young Mexican. Lost out first round at the Motor City Open and also in the TOC, so was really improved his form. But up against a very, very experienced player in Nicky Muller, 33 years old. He's had one of his best seasons recently. Currently sat at 14 in the world. 12 titles during his career. And look at that, career matches 428. Been on tour a long, long time, since 2005. Lost out in the 3rd round of the TOC. Really good win against Joel Makin in that 2nd round. 76 minutes it took. Came through in 5. Lots of good results this season. 2 meetings between these two, and it is 1-1 in their head-to-head. And it was Cardenas that won last time round. That was at the Houston Open this year, so very, very recently. Took out Muller 13-11 in the 4th, so that makes this a little bit more interesting. Muller obviously the favourite on paper, but number 30 in the world against the number 14. Cardenas has that slight advantage of being used to the altitude. Graham Riding back in the comms box for this one. Did you sit and watch the last match, Graham?
I did. That was a long
slog.
Grindy mental battle there. I feel like this is going to be a slightly different match.
Yeah, very different players on court. Muller will not be doing any of that, win or lose.
Yeah. And I think Leonel's got some offense to offer as well. So once the ball settles down, I think probably going to see a little more court movement and shot variety.
Level.
Yeah, Muller will certainly be opening up the court a lot more.
Down.
He's played similar style really his whole career. Very open, very attacking. Got so much ability with the racket, so much skill, adaptability with the racket. Cardenas will try to force him to play down those straight lines. Hits a really good line, Mexican player.
I think Mueller's form's been pretty strong though. He was 14 in the world, I think. Would you say 1 off his career high?
Yeah,
so.
yeah. No, he's had his best season. He's 33 and he's played his best squash in the last year.
Right.
Played a similar sort of style in some ways against Candra yesterday, Cardenas. Candra also plays very open game of squash, lots of cross courts and angles.
2-love.
Cardenas just kept the ball really straight. Comes down, hits down nicely on the ball.
Couple of heavy hitters, putting a bit of pace in the ball.
Yeah. You might have played Muller a bit, maybe.
I never did.
No.
I think he just arrived.
Just as you were heading out.
Just as I was leaving. Might have given him a high five on the way out.
Down. Handout 1-2.
And I think Cardenas is the #1 ranked Mexican right now on tour.
Oh, he's stuck above.
I think he's
above
just
Caesar. Yeah.
just snuck above. And
2-all.
23 years old. That suggests some promise.
Absolutely. 30 in the world is not an easy spot to get to these days.
I'm sure he's used to the altitude. Mexico City, I think it's twice as high as Calgary, maybe?
Yeah, how high is be a bit higher than this?
It'd be higher than this,
Yeah.
yeah. I think it's
2-all.
Oh, I'm gonna get the measurement wrong, but I feel like it's 2,600 and might be 1,000 or 1,600 here.
Yeah.
Not sure if it's feet or meters, but that's sort of quantum of difference.
Down.
I certainly remember feeling it. I've played in Mexico City, I've played here, and it was noticeably
I have
more
actually.
painful in the lungs in Mexico City. Not that it feels good here in Calgary. It hurts.
Yeah, so you can really feel that.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to feel if you come to Calgary and sort of play a tournament and spend a week here, it always felt pretty fit the week after when you go back down to sea level.
Yeah.
I noticed it.
Would you ever use that as
4-2.
training? Or would
I
you go
should
higher
have.
up?
I should have. We never did. I know the French guys used to do that. They used to go to the Alps in the summer and spend 2 or 3 weeks up there. Actually, that's not true. We did it World Juniors. I remember back in '92, we came here and did a training camp before we went off to the to Hong Kong for the World Junior Championships. And I remember trying to do our normal training that we were doing back in Toronto at sea level, and we just couldn't do the same volume here. It was very, very real.
4-all.
Yeah, I've done a couple of. We used to do a stint in Colorado. Did it for about 3 or 4 years in a row. Myself and James for a couple of weeks. Probably not as fit as I've ever been.
Right.
My squash got really deteriorated. Couldn't hit a drop to save my life.
So they're head-to-heads here, 1-all. It was a match fairly recently, I believe, just in Houston Open in January.
Yeah.
Lionel took that one 3-1.
Down.
And then the British Open, March
Handout,
2022.
5-4. Yeah,
Nicholas took that one 3-2.
Hard fought the win for Muller.
Mm-hmm.
So he'll be certainly not underestimating this at all.
Really using that boast quite a lot. Muller.
There's a massive contrast between this already and the previous match.
Yeah.
So much more open, loads more angles.
I think both these guys want to go. They want to go to bed.
Yeah.
Right?
As do I.
I think they both had a conversation before the match, and they decided let's just play, open the court up.
Yeah.
May the best shooter win. Deal.
Yeah, I'm not sure Cardenas would win that battle. Would not be wise.
Six all.
like the length's pretty inconsistent here. They're both attacking a lot, but nobody's really pinned the other guy in the back consistently. But a lot of service box length right now.
It's more crucial for Cardenas to get that right, to find that side wall, get the ball clinging. This is perfect for Muller.
Yes, lad.
Wants the stroke.
Yes, let 7-6.
Did he pull back the appeal? I thought he was going to appeal there. I think he retracted it.
Did he get that? Oh.
Hand out, 7-all.
He would have called it if it was double bounce. Very fair, Muller. Clever. Got onto it really early.
8-7.
Read it.
Lots of attack and counter attack going on here. Bit of a physical chess match.
Hand out, 8-all.
I feel like Muller is deliberately trying to just cling that first ball tight, hope for a loose ball, and then go for the attack from there. Like he's trying to set up the offense.
Oh.
Hand out, 9-8.
Keeping a few tins. He'll keep going for those though.
Good example. Tight ball.
Oh, beautiful.
Hand out, 9-all.
Just looks lovely, doesn't it?
Well, it's just a good example of going short without necessarily trying to hit a winner, but trying to create something.
Oh, right back at you.
Hand out, 10-9, game ball.
Ball was quite close to his body. He still managed to get the strings through the shot. Game ball, Cardenas.
Stroke to Cardenas.
Stroke. Oh, we're going to check that pickup, I think. No, he's not appealing it.
11-9, game to Cardenas. Cardenas leads 1 game to love.
Very entertaining first game. 12 minutes. Cardenas takes at 11-9.
Well, it was a similar strategy and approach from both players. Lots of offense, short rallies. In the end, it was just a couple mistakes from Nicholas Muller that was the difference, 11-9.
Cardenas leads 1 game to love. Love all.
Well, with the style of that first game, I would have expected Muller to come out on top, but it's Cardenas that has the 1-love lead.
Handout, 1 love.
Both players are fighting for the tee here, but they're not exactly earning it with good length. Great shot.
Yes, just this is what he's capable of, just having spells of ridiculous winners.
Quick racket head, nice little cut on the ball.
Yeah, just the ability to change up the racket head speed as well.
Handout, 1-2.
It sold him the straight ball in the last few.
2-all.
There's a nice hold and flick.
Seeing a little bit more structure here from Cardenas. Not opening the court up quite so much. Perhaps content to look to counterattack, as we know Nicholas Muller is going to take it short quite a bit.
Yeah, I think that's the right strategy for Cardenas.
3-2. Stroke Cardenas. 4-2.
Muller has to be careful here. Down 4-2. He doesn't want to let Cardenas get too far away here.
Hand out. 3-4.
Some good improvisation there. Off balance, inside out. Just roll the wrist over. You can't coach that.
Yeah, exactly. You can't coach the way that Muller plays at all. And as an opponent, you can't just sort of try and beat him at that game. You have to sort of take the role of the not more conservative in terms of getting up the court, but just in your shot selection. Keep him pinned down those walls and wait for him to open because he just can't resist it.
Yeah. No, 100% you're right. You know, you have to look to contain. You know he's going to open it up at some point. So you just want to try to make him attack when he's in those off zones, don't give him good looks.
Exactly.
You know he can't help himself.
And then either get errors or find the counter attack. Getting errors at the minute though.
6-3. Down. 7-3.
He's going to turn it around now, or he's going to be find himself very quickly down 2-love. Playing the late match.
Very impressive.
Down. 9-3.
Almost a concentration issue here in the second game.
Yeah, he's gone. Absolutely gone.
10-3, game ball.
7 game balls.
My money's on Cardenas.
Yeah, he's not fancying this. I'm wondering if there's maybe a little niggle going on there, because that was a heavy drop off. Just 7 minutes for that second game. Cardenas takes it 11-3, and he leads by 2 games to love.
Well, some good counterattack from the Mexican this game. Contained Muller well. A few errors out of Muller, but I just think the counterattack was really the difference.
Level. Hand out,
If there is a niggle or anything wrong, Muller will just go for absolutely everything. Chances are. It's lovely, well tidied up.
Hand out, 1-all.
Well, Cardenas' short game in his offense is too dangerous. You can't afford to miss.
2-1.
Yeah, if he can just get on top here, I feel like we might see Muller throw in the towel.
It wasn't much of an effort to get that ball back by Muller there either. It's probably worth watching to see how he's moving for the next few points.
Down. Hand out, 2-all. Hand out, 3-2. Hand out, 3-all.
He's just still so dangerous, Muller, though, because he can hit those winners.
No. Cardenas took it short there and missed the angle, and Mueller's too tidy up front to leave it loose like that.
Down.
That was an aggressive
Hand out,
shot
4-3.
selection. Cross-court nick off the back wall. It was like vintage Atkinson back in the day.
I wish.
When you're tired.
I'd even have
When
been
you're
happy to get that close.
5-3.
Showing an ability to finish the ball.
Yeah, it's just got to hold it together here. A couple more points on the board, and this is all over.
Down.
Yeah, he's
not moving well.
He's not right.
6-3.
He's not fancying going one way and then changing direction.
7-3.
Yeah, I just feel like he's not pulling out of a deep lunge that well.
Oh, just moments away now.
Left box.
Putting the tournament back on schedule this match.
10-3, match ball.
Match ball, Cardenas.
11-3.
Oh, it's a pity. Could have been a really good match, but Muller clearly struggling with something. Hopefully nothing too serious. Just 27 minutes for Cardenas to dispatch the Swiss Rocket. 11-9, 11-3, 11-3. Let's hear from the winner. He's back on court. There's no MC in sight. Oh, here we go. Sam's taken over.
I don't know where to start. How does it feel to back up a couple of days of great play with tonight?
Yeah, it feels great. I'm playing good squash, and I'm feeling great in the court.
That's awesome. Can we have a round of applause? What do you do now to get ready for tomorrow?
Sleep, ice bath, and get ready my match. You know, tactic stuff, and that's it. Yeah.
Do you have someone you talk to about that, or do you do that yourself?
Yeah, I have a couple. My coach in Mexico and my team, Cesar, is helping me. He have a lot of experience, so it's great to me to be with him in the tournament, and yeah, and me, yeah.
Do you have anything in mind for tomorrow that you already know that you'll have to plan for?
Well, I know it's going to be hard. He's a top 10 player, and I need to give my 100% as every match, and yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Leo. Good luck tomorrow. Have some good rest.
There wasn't much to the last game, showing some finish. A good example there. I think there was definitely something wrong with Muller physically. He didn't really chase down the balls like he did in the first game. Very quick, lots of precision from Cardenas, 11-3.
Well, that concludes our quarterfinals, and there's the lineup for the semi-finals. Men's kicks off at 6 p.m. Cardenas will take on Joel Makin, and then Victor Crouin, the number 1 seed, up against Miguel Rodriguez, following on. See you all tomorrow.